comments, opportunity to turn them on. So I see it's 5:30. I'm just going to call this meeting to order, and we will do a check for quorum attendance. So I see we have Commissioner Katz, Commissioner Maloof. Who else is here? Tom, Commissioner Snyder, and Suzanne, Cindy. Are either of you on? And I see our vice chair coming on as well. So good evening, Suresh. So we are going to move forward with 5 members present, and at this point, 2 members absent. I think the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. And with the tradition of this commission during the COVID-19 pandemic, we just take a couple moments of silence for everyone to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to themselves. Great. So our first item this evening is going to be public comments for items not on the agenda. And before I go to that, I just want to make a couple announcements in line with orders of the day. The city has had a new system, so there's been some challenges with the agenda. And so just thanks everyone for your patience as that has gotten put together. I think and the changes along the way in the last couple of days, but I think hopefully by the next meeting we'll be in better order. The other thing is with the new agenda system, our anticipated timings for each item were not posted today. The chair and the vice chair along with staff do have those, and I'll sort of be announcing them as we go to cue everyone in terms of the approximate amount of time that is planned for each item. And the next thing to announce is and Marisa, make sure I got this right, but we're going to hear item number 6, the city attorney update, after item number 7, education and encouragement. So we're just flipping around items 6 and 7. Did I get that right, Marisa?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So now let's move on to public comments for items not on the agenda. I would ask any member of the public, if you have a comment for an item that's not on our agenda this evening, to raise your hand. And in my screen, I have the blue raise hand button down at the bottom. I've heard that some people have a reactions item on the bottom of their tab where they click on that and then you get choices, and one of them is raise hand. So feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment for an item not on the agenda. So at this point, I am not seeing anyone with a hand raised. And I'm not, if anyone has anything to say, you feel free to verbalize yourself. If not, we're going to move on to the next section of our agenda. So I'm moving on to the consent items on our agenda. We have 3 items in this category, 1, 2, and 3. I'd like to just sort of go item by item and first to see if there's any questions or corrections or changes that need to be taken care of. Item 1 is approving the minutes from the March 30th meeting. So commissioners, anyone with anything to raise about that? I'm seeing heads shaking no. I just wanted to raise for item 1 and 2, it says I abstained. I actually didn't. So if you could change my vote to yes. So maybe we'll just take a motion for the approval of the minutes with those changes.
I move that we approve the minutes of our last meeting with the 2 changes that Stacy just proposed.
And a second.
I'll second.
Great. So we have a motion by Commissioner Katz, a second by Commissioner Maloof. So those in favor, if you want to raise your hand and do an aye, that would be great. Commissioner Katz. So we have 5 people in favor of this motion and 2 people absent. So let's move on to item 2. Item 2 is another consent item. This is our annual letter to City Council in advance of our joint meeting with them, which is scheduled for May 3rd. So just to remind everyone, I think this is exciting because everyone on our commission this year was on our commission last year. So we will be going through a similar process where we get our, I can't remember if it's 20 minutes or 30 minutes our year with our city council. And this letter is to prepare them for that. So what we have done here is created a letter, and we're attaching our work plan and our proposed calendar for this year. The only thing that's been updated in the work plan is actually the last couple of pages where we have our proposed calendar. The work plan is otherwise the same as last time it came to you. So on this item, if anyone has any questions or changes that want to be made, I would encourage commissioners, particularly in the letter, if there's anything that isn't on that letter that you feel is really high priority. We can raise multiple things, but the high priority things, if anyone has anything to raise, please do so now. Otherwise, I'll be taking a motion to approve this. I'm seeing no one raising any questions, comments, or changes. So who wants to make a motion? Tom, do you want to do a motion today?
Sure. Motion to approve it.
Great. And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And so we have a motion by Commissioner Snyder, a second by Commissioner Katz, and all those in favor, raise your hand. Great. So that's 5 people in favor, and we are still 2 people absent. And I know, Commissioner Katz, you're not able to attend that meeting on May 3rd, but we do need quorum. So, you know, our staff liaison has asked who's available. So I hope to see most of you at that meeting. Thank you.
I have a business obligation, so it depends on the start time. I might be late. If it's 5 o'clock, I won't make it. If it's later than that, I'll try to make it.
So Marisa, maybe you can check in with the city clerk, and we typically have never been first, but maybe if you can see that we can accommodate a later start time. I would hate to have our former chair not at the meeting.
Yes, I will check in about that. And I only received a couple of responses from the commissioners yesterday. I think I just received another one just now. So I will try to work with everyone's schedule to get a quorum there.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's move on to item number 3 on our consent agenda. At the last meeting, we had a request from Commissioner Maloof to get a letter off to City Council that shows that this commission supports the council's adoption of the Complete Streets Master Plan. Again, any questions, concerns, anything? I'll also thank Commissioner Maloof for working with me on the letter, and also staff. So if there's nothing, who wants to make the motion to approve it?
I'll move to approve the letter.
And Suresh?
And I'll second it.
Great. So we have a motion by Commissioner Maloof, a second by Vice Chair Venkataraman. And let's just raise hands for a vote to approve that. So who wants to approve? I see 5 hands up. So that passes 5 with 2 people absent. So that takes us into our discussion items, item number 4. And the first item up is the Fremont Avenue pedestrian bridge. So I promised to announce times. I'm probably going to forget to do that. So Marisa, maybe if you can help remind me sometimes. But we have we've planned for 45 minutes for this item. We'll see how it goes, but that's what the plan is. It's now 5:40, so that would be 6:25 if I did the math right. and that we're targeting to complete this item. I think, Marisa, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce this item. I know this item has been a long time in the queue needing to come before us. And so it's good that it's here. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. We do have one announcement about this item, kind of a housekeeping item. We notified the public by putting up sandwich board signs out at the head bridge, and they were up for about a week before the meeting. We also sent out mailers, but we found out today, we heard from a resident that she didn't receive the mailer. So we dug into the issue and we found out that there was a error in the mailing list for the postcard mailers. So the sandwich boards did go up and were up for about a week, but the mailers, at least some of them didn't get delivered. And so since we'd already put the sandwich boards out and some of the neighbors already knew the meeting was coming, we didn't want to postpone the whole item. So we're going to move forward today. And we will also revisit this item next month with either the same exact presentation or maybe just a similar one. And that will be after we resend the mailers to without the error. So we apologize for that and for the inconvenience. But we will just kind of spread this over 2 months to capture as much resident feedback as we can. So that being said, we have Levi Kinbrew here from Dewberry. He is our consultant. He's been working on the design of this bridge for the duration of the project. And he is an expert, has done a lot of similar bridges, a lot of pedestrian bridges. He's a structural engineer. And Nafis, if you have anything else to add, please do. And if not, Levi, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself with a more thorough background intro and then get started with the presentation.
Thank you. Let me try and share my screen here. So my name is Levi Kinbrew. I'm with Dewberry. We are the design firm for the rehabilitation of the Fremont Pedestrian Bridge. Some background, I've been involved in this project since 2016. Back when we were Drake Hagelin, Drake Hagelin was purchased by Dewberry in 2019. So it's the same people involved, just different company name. But so we've been involved with this as well as the vehicular bridge adjacent to it for a number of years now. But so I just wanted to briefly kind of run through a quick presentation of what we're doing, kind of where we're at, and then some questions for the public as to some items they'd mentioned previously as to what they'd like to see. I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. And if I need to go back at any point, feel free to ask some questions and let me know. So we are going to retrofit the Fremont Avenue pedestrian bridge. This bridge was built in the mid 1970s. There's been some historic evidence of rotting beneath the bridge with some of the elements and just the age of the bridge being 50 years old and a timber structure. Some of the exposed elements on the surface are in need of replacement. Our goal with this is to address some of the original design issues that kind of led to some advanced kind of deterioration under the bridge, as well as kind of update everything on the surface to get another 20 to 30 years out of the life of this bridge. Currently, where we're at in design, we're looking at about $215,000 to retrofit the bridge. That is excluding any lighting costs, which I'll get to later, which was one of the public comments. They would like some additional lighting, but we can discuss those options. So as part of the retrofit, we're going to be replacing the deck, which anyone familiar with the site, the city's gone out and put a temporary plywood decking over it to keep the bridge open while this effort's in progress. We're going to be replacing the connection members underneath the bridge, which was the original thing that got us involved with some of the deterioration down there. There was some rotting of the deck and well as the connecting members for the railing. We will be replacing the railing because of some of those deterioration issues I mentioned, as well as it doesn't currently meet ADA compliance with the spacing of the pickets. And then later in the presentation, I'll get to some of the lighting options. So here's just a quick picture of the original bridge. It was around 2016 when the picture on the left was taken. The picture on the right shows the temporary decking the city's put on the bridge to keep it open. And so as I kind of mentioned, we're due to the timber structure itself, the age and the condition, we're going to be replacing a lot of the exposed elements on the top. We will be removing the plywood decking as that was a temporary fix just to keep the bridge open. And we will be replacing the decking itself with pressure treated timber members similar to how the bridge was originally constructed. The deck and railing connection members that I mentioned, this was our primary focus in rehabilitating the bridge. Because of how these connections were designed, they create a focal point for water to concentrate, and we're seeing some advanced deterioration of the members underneath the bridge. And so trying to resolve that issue was our main focus. And I think we've done that as well, kind of come up with a design that allows for some additional lighting and potentially a better structure. The railing replacement, again, the timber posts that are there, especially at the ends of the bridge, are deteriorating, which those connections are below the existing deck. So you guys can't see them, but they're there, they're deteriorating, and it's creating a very wobbly railing. As well as if we're going to repair or replace the railing, we need to be compliant with ADA codes. As far as that goes, the existing pickets on there are spaced at about 12-inch centers, sorry. And ADA requires that any new railing not be able to pass a 4-inch sphere. Ideally, a child can't stick their head between the railing and get stuck. So we're having to go from basically a 12-inch spacing down to a 4-inch spacing on the railing. Aside from that, that's the biggest change we're making on the railing itself, aside from how we connect it. So here's kind of a picture of the railing. You can see there's a pretty big gap in the existing pickets. So from our design, we're basically going to add a picket right in between the two that are existing there for every picket to meet that ADA compliance issue of a 4-inch sphere. Then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to move this railing from how it's currently attached on the inside of the bridge, which is the picture on the, well, you can see from both pictures there, but the railing is inside the main glue lamb members that span the bridge. We're going to move this railing to the outside of the glue lamb members, which will allow us to address that kind of drainage issue where water's concentrating and rotting beneath the bridge. So I discussed the ADA compliance there. By moving the railing to the outside of the bridge, it also gave us a number of other options. It allowed us to it gave us a better option to add lighting for additional bridge lighting if that is requested. And by doing that, we can kind of hide any conduit or whatever on the outside of the bridge, as opposed to inside where it may be accessible to the public. The new design will meet ADA compliance. Moving the railing to the outside of the bridge also slightly widens the bridge. It works out to almost an additional foot of width for the bridge for the usable public space. And then by how we laid out the top rail for this new railing, it allows us to better protect the glue lamb members, which are currently exposed. So those are exposed to the elements all year round. So how we laid out the top railing, it allows us to better protect the top of the glue lamb for both sun and water, which will extend the life of those glue lamb members. And so that gets me into, so that was kind of a brief background of where we're at, what we're doing. And then kind of the big topic tonight is the bridge lighting. We met with the public back in September of 2016, and we received a lot of comments about the existing lights and some desire to have additional lights along the bridge. So we've looked at both of those, and that's kind of where we need some input from the public itself, whether we should update the existing lights that are on each end of the bridge currently, and or also should we add new lights along the length of the bridge. Here's a photo of each side of the bridge currently. As you can see, the picture on the left, the existing light's basically been turned to face the pole, so I don't know that it's accomplishing a whole lot. And my understanding is this is partially due to how that light is shining. It's getting into some adjacent properties. And then similarly to the picture on the right, there's been a piece of plywood stuck up there to prevent that light from shining into the adjacent property. So neither one are providing a whole lot of light for the bridge at night. So that would be our first kind of topic or something I would like some input into as to whether we should replace these lights as well as the aesthetics of those lights. And so I think Marissa had circulated something earlier where she kind of went through a handful of the options we were looking at. And so I've got 2 slides here looking at the different lighting options. We have kind of an industrial look with option A, a more historic look with option B, a rustic look with option C, In this next slide, we've got kind of a decorative look on option D, a more modern look with option E, and a more kind of a modern rustic look with option F. From previous public input, it sounds like we want to keep things more kind of in the rustic look, but we certainly want some input on that. It sounds like this option A industrial isn't really what anyone's looking for, and especially given the constraints of how the light is shining into adjacent properties, that's probably not the best option for us. This option B and option C, and even into here with F and D here, there are options to have this light kind of extend out over more towards the center of the bridge and shine downward, as opposed to focusing the light out. And so those are potential options, as well as this second option in D. I've spoken with the lighting manufacturer for this light, and they can put blocks in here to block out. Right now it shines on 4 sides, so they can block out light from shining in a certain direction. So we could limit it to 3 sides or 2 sides if that's a look that the public prefers. So we have some options to essentially replace those lights and provide better lighting for the bridge and minimize any lighting of any adjacent properties around there. The second topic would be adding some bridge lighting along the length of the deck. And here you guys can kind of see on the left how we're moving the railing, which was currently on the inside of the bridge, moving it outside of the bridge, which again widens up the usable space on the deck. It allows us to extend this top rail over those glue lamp members to better protect those glue lamp members. And then it works really well for this particular strip lighting, that we can kind of hide it underneath this top rail and minimize the lighting effects to the deck area itself. Over here on the right, you can see these lights aren't very big. They're about 3/4 of an inch tall and wide. So they're pretty small. They can be tucked in nicely under that top rail. And then they give a nice little pattern for this wide of a bridge. These lights, if we decide to go this route, have a number of temperature ranges ranging from 2000 Kelvin up to 4000 Kelvin. And they also come in a number of different lenses. This picture you can see on the right doesn't have a lens on it, because we would have to select what type of lens we want. A clear lens is going to be just that. It's clear. The light is as bright as it's going to be, all the way to a diffused lens, which is going to give kind of a dull picture out of it. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with kind of color temperature and lenses, but this is kind of just a schematic of the color ranges here. So they go from roughly just above candlelight in the 2000 range up to kind of a morning afternoon in that 4000 range. I have some exhibits coming up where we laid everything out with a 3000 range, which is kind of sunrise sunset light, but we could potentially drop that down to that $2,000 range, which is slightly above candlelight. Then here on the bottom, we have the different lenses available for this light. The very first one being clear, where you can see each lighting element, all the way to the diffused, which is a very cloudy lens. So that would even further kind of distort the light if we want to go that route. And then in looking at the lighting options, we have 3 potential options for lighting layouts. And again, I had mentioned earlier that we're currently at a construction cost of about $210,000. So the lighting is going to be a big element of this project, depending on which option we chose to go with. So we have one option of a full length lighting, which is going to come at a cost of about $150,000 right now. We can do a staggered lighting at about $100,000, and then a mid-span lighting, which would be about $85,000 additional. And so here's a couple of exhibits showing the full length lighting, where we would place that lighting element underneath the top rail along both sides of the bridge. As you can kind of see in the bottom right picture there, it lights up the very edges of the bridge really well, but it gets pretty dim as it gets to the middle. And that is in part why we chose these lights as well, because we don't want to affect the surrounding areas or beneath the bridge, or any effects be as minimal as possible. So we're really trying to concentrate that what little light these are really putting out onto the bridge deck, just for public safety. Option 2 would be the staggered lighting, where we would effectively go each or every other bay of the railing. So from post to post, then we would skip the next section and then post to post and run the strip lights there. And as you can kind of see in the bottom left, this pattern creates a large number of dark spots as you move throughout the bridge. It certainly provides more lighting than is there currently, but it does create a kind of light, dark pattern across the bridge. And then the third option would be just to light up the mid-spans. And how we kind of laid this out was to do adjacent mid-spans to kind of light up more of the deck in the center as possible. Similarly, I'm going to jump back a slide. You guys can see how dark these corners are. This looks really odd with that much darkness on the ends. So on this exhibit, we modeled those end lights, assuming they were replaced, to try and show that we can get some additional light by keeping those lights on the end, and then it would provide some light right in the middle of the bridge. And given the length of this bridge, that may be enough just to kind of light it up and not be too intrusive or too drastic of a change from the existing condition. So those are basically the three options that we put together. Sorry, froze up on my end. In my conversations with the city, they like the two-end rustic down-facing pattern or light alternative, and I can jump back there if anyone wants to see it. And they are also kind of in preference of option 3, just the mid-span lighting with a warm, low brightness light, just to keep it as close to the existing design as possible, but provide some additional kind of safety and light across the bridge. And so the two questions I have for the community are should we replace the lights at the end of the bridge? And if so, is there a preferred aesthetic? And then B, would we like to add deck lighting to the bridge? And if so, does option 1, 2, or 3, or some variable in between make sense? And so, sorry if I rushed through that. If anyone has any questions or comments, I'll happily jump back through and answer whatever you guys throw at me.
Thank you, Levi. Appreciate your presentation and you're sticking with this project through the various changes at your company. And also appreciate the clarity in your presentation of exactly what kind of feedback you would like from the commission and the public. Of course, you may get other things thrown at you, as you pointed out. I just want to share with everyone the process here tonight. We're going to first start with a round of commissioner questions for you. And then after commissioner questions, we will go to public comments, and we'll give members of the public time to give their feedback. And then we'll come back to the commissioners to sort of deliberate on what our next steps or what we suggest. So first of all, let's start with commissioner comments. Does anyone have any questions? And I'm going to see if I can see everyone at the same time. Commissioner Katz, I see you with your hand up.
Yeah, I have one comment and a question. My comment is I really appreciate the design element of tightening the railing from 12 inches to 4 inches. I actually experienced a child who got his head caught in a railing. It was a long time ago, and you don't think it's something that can happen, but it can. I do have a question on. Question is on the lighting. The one that the city likes, which I at first glance looks good to me too, involves both lighting at the end of the span as well as the mid-span lighting. How does the proposed end span lighting resolve the current problem of the light bleeding onto neighbors' property where they have to have plywood barriers in front of them? What will be done to solve that?
So I don't know how the original lights were installed. Let me jump back here. You can see how, you guys can still see my screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this one here I know was a problem, and it's facing down. And so I'm assuming this is how this was designed. This one has been turned in, and I'm not sure if that was a similar issue of it kind of bleeding over, or if it was installed this way. But so our thought kind of with this is to use this arm or something similar to this arm to get this light more out here, right? To get more over the bridge. So we're not really right on the corner of this property and shining down into it. With most of these lights, we can change. I've heard, and again, I don't know that this is true, but I've heard these are pretty bright incandescent lights. So we can still go with a warmer light to change that. And sorry, I'm scrolling too far here. Ideally, by pushing it out towards the center of the bridge, it's going to shine down more in the middle of the bridge area and not have such a bright overlapping area with the bridge. So that is the idea behind that, is to try and minimize the focus of that light to the bridge. We will still have to work through that. If the decision is to replace these lights and go with another option, we're certainly going to want to have those lights modeled and look similar to the exhibits for the strip lighting. See, I guess, sorry, hear my dogs in the background. Do a model similar to this to see where those lights actually shine and see the different areas. And we'll want to minimize that as much as possible to the bridge.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Snyder.
Thanks for the presentation. One of the questions I didn't see in the information thing was actually what's the length of this bridge?
We're sitting right about 120 feet. It's about an 85-foot mid span, but then there's two end spans, which are basically what we call bin abutments. It's concrete on all four sides, and then the deck spans above that. So it's just a giant box, but altogether it's about 120 feet from what we call begin bridge to end bridge. Or if I jump back here from where this yellow wood is painted, so the very start of the wood to the other side, the very end of the wood, we're right about 120 feet.
Okay. When we're talking about widening that, is there going to be any obstruction with the trees and other?
Nope, we have enough clearance, so we're not technically widening the bridge. We're just giving a wider deck by moving the 6x6 posts that are on the inside, moving them to the outside.
Right.
So you effectively get about 12 inches of more usable deck space, but the technical width of the bridge isn't changing.
Yeah, I like that idea you're giving. It's almost like a virtual width increase.
Exactly.
But I just didn't know if there was going to be impact for the trees, but it sounds like it's not.
No, we should have clearance on both sides.
Cool. The lights that are there, the incandescents, I assume that are there are the 120 volt. Are the ones that are going to be under the deck railings, is that going to be like low voltage 12 volt lighting?
They are low voltage. I want to say they're actually 5 volts, if I recall. So they are low voltage. They're not very bright.
So are they going to be LEDs to?
It's an LED strip type lighting.
Okay.
So if you can kind of see, jump too far. You can kind of see in this image, it's little dots, but it's not, I guess, right. When people hear LEDs, they think the super bright LEDs.
Yeah, I know they can vary, but I didn't see that LED in there.
Yeah, so we have some options here to warm up that light. And again, I think I want to say they're like 5 volts. So they're not super bright. The idea is just to light the deck up to provide a safer passage in the evenings, but not light the entire area up.
So the other question is it possible, or do we want to have those motion activated?
I would assume they can be motion activated. I have not looked into that specifically, but I know that you can program them. That the same manufacturer makes colored lights, and they do them in restaurants and stuff, so they can set them to change colors. So I'm sure we can work at something like that.
I just didn't know if that was, I mean, if they're LEDs, it's not going to be a large cost power increase, but I don't imagine you get a lot of traffic at night, but motion activated might be helpful. I don't know. It's just an idea. That's all I had. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Trying to see, Commissioner Maloof.
Thank you. I have a series of questions, really more educational in nature, so please bear with me. So first, just from an educational standpoint, what is the, if I look at the cost for the bridge alone, $215K, what is the breakdown between labor and material? An estimate of that.
Oh, I would have to break it out. So typically on bridge projects, when we break it down by member, our labor and materials are included in that. when we go out to bid, our costs include, say it's I don't know, I'm making up a number here, but 1,000 linear feet of wood. That cost to the contractor would be their cost to purchase it, to install it, any leftovers or anything that they need to dispose of. It's an all-encompassing cost through the specifications for the project. So I would have to break out the labor and the raw material costs. But as I'm sure you can imagine, between the electronics and the timber, the prices are skyrocketing from where we started in 2016,
Right.
given the cost of lumber and some material shortages right now.
So what would it have been a year ago, a year and a half ago? Just a sense of calibration.
I think we were closer in the 150 range, 150, 160. I think
So about 30%, 40% more than.
yeah.
Okay. And then is that the same also for the lighting? I mean, the lighting cost also has skyrocketed too.
It has, and I've been talking to our lighting manufacturer about every other month, and because of some supply chain shortages, they're seeing their costs continue to rise.
And so what are the lead times in this case? I mean, if we're seeing all the supply chain limitations, what's the lead time? If you said, let's go build it now, what happens?
They haven't indicated there would be any major delay. By the time we got our final plans together, went out to an official bid period and got a contractor on board, they feel that they can have everything they need to be ready. I can't speak to if this drags out a bunch of months, what we're going to be at then, but from my last conversation, they're good to go with that time period of looking at basically a month or two for us to finish up, probably a month for a bid period, and then once you guys select a contractor, they would be prepared.
And the lighting, is that, do you know where it's manufactured, at least who the manufacturer is? Is it sort of local? Is it Chinese? Is it something else? Do you have any idea?
It's not local. It's Qtran is the manufacturer, and there are a number of suppliers that are local. I know they do a lot of restaurants. They do some bridge lighting, sidewalk stuff. They have a number of products. Look up where they're based, but I know there's a number of manufacturers around here that use them or supply their products.
Okay. The next question would be, so what are the maintenance needs on this? I mean, you're saying we're going to extend the life by 20, 30 years, which is awesome. What are the maintenance requirements going forward?
So the big issue with how the original bridge was designed were the holes that were cut into the deck, so that the posts for the railing could be attached below the deck when you get down to the end of the bridges, the end of the bridge, because of the arch in the bridge itself. That was the portions that we were seeing the most deterioration. When you get into the mid span where everything is, I don't want to say typical, but not as interconnected with the connections, we're not seeing the same deterioration in those members. So I think we eliminate a lot of those issues that kind of cause the earlier deterioration of this bridge by moving the railing to the outside. But it's going to be a lot of just keeping the bridge clean. Like most of it with almost every bridge is just the inspections, making sure that you're not piling up debris on the bridge, which is going to have a concentration of water and stuff like that. And you can see from the pictures, there's not a ton of that already. But I would say just regular inspections and my communication with the public works crew that's gone out and worked on this, they seem to be on top of it and making sure that everything's on the up and up out there already. So there's kind of a disclaimer there that as long as someone's keeping an eye on it and there's no problems recognized, we should get another 20 to 30 years out of this. If we were to build it and walk away, that probably wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And so Marisa, just from my own education, how often do we keep an eye on it?
That is a good question. Since this project has gotten started, I think since we've kind of known that the maintenance is, underway and coming, I think it's, been a little bit different, but I don't know exactly off the top of my head the answer to that question. How often it gets checked on. Right now, it's kind of, we have an eye on it because of the project, but I don't know how often it gets checked on during kind of non-active maintenance times.
Yeah, would you mind please getting back to the commission with that answer whenever you get it?
Definitely.
Thank you. The third question is, do we have any knowledge of any accidents that have happened on this bridge? Any safety hazards that have been brought to our attention in the past?
So that would probably be a question for us, unless Levi, you happen to know of any, which I assume that you don't, but I personally have not heard of any incidents or safety issues on the bridge.
Okay.
Not either.
Awesome. All right, that's good. And then let's talk about lighting now. Did we, I missed the comment that you made earlier, whether the outreach to the community. Did we get any input from the adjacent neighbors in regard to the lighting options?
I am
Yeah.
not, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, we did hear from one adjacent neighbor who I think is on the call. I saw her earlier. And I'm not sure if she is the neighbor who had the issue with the light shining into the property or not, but if that neighbor is here tonight, we'd be happy to hear from them.
Okay, so let's see if they can chime in when the public comment comes up. And then the last question, thank you for being patient. The last question, the lights. So I want to understand how easy would it be for vandalizing them? How, vandalism is not is on the rise. So is that something that we should be worried about?
The hope is how we, I mean, I guess maybe it's kind of always a concern, right? The lenses, I'm trying to scroll through my pictures here. The lenses on this new one, on the lights we're proposing, are up plastic, so they pop on and off. So if there was something to vandalize that, just the lens itself, we could replace the lens. The thought with how we kind of laid the railing out here was to try and keep them kind of tucked away and hidden, so they weren't something that was a focal point to just reach out and grab or to damage. We looked at a number of other options, and that was our biggest concern, is if we just stick something kind of out there and exposed, it was inevitably going to get broken or messed with, however we want to look at it. So that's why we went with this, is to try something that's really small, not super obvious where it's at, and to try and minimize that. But I think, yeah, to any extent, right, anything could be vandalized.
Okay. And Levi, thanks a lot for your patience. Maybe just for one last question, please indulge with me. It's curiosity thing. Sort of, if you were to meet the engineers who built this whole thing back in 1970, whatever you said, 1970s, what would you tell them right now?
I don't know what I would tell them. I would certainly like to question why they constructed the railing the way they did. And it may just never have occurred to them, the water intrusion, but typically putting holes in decks is not something we like to do. And it seems from our analysis and all the alternatives we looked at, moving the railing to the outside of the bridge had a lot of advantages over the existing construction. But from our investigation, that was the weak point in the bridge, is how they installed, especially at the very ends of the bridge, how the railing was installed. So my question would be why that was the decision.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. And we have two more commissioners that I want to give the opportunity to ask questions, and then we'll go to members of the public. So members of the public, feel free to start getting ready and even raising your hands. So first, we'll go to Vice Chair Venkatraman, and then Commissioner Ouyang joined us at the start of this meeting, and I want to make sure we give her a chance as well. So go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I had a question similar to what what Commissioner Malouf had. What the deterioration you're seeing in the bridge, is it typical for a design like this? And is it are the things that you're recommending quite standard for extending the life of the bridge? Is this what you would typically do?
Yeah, so this has a number of components, right? And as we inspected the bridge originally to figure out, I think our first step was to do the feasibility proposal, whether it was worth rehabbing or we should replace it, and what those measures would include. And from our site visit, what we found is the posts that were connected beneath the deck were really the main issues of concern, and that deterioration was spreading to other members. And so if we can address that problem, the bridge overall was in really good shape. But we get into, once we touch the railing, we now have to start being ADA compliant, for example, which means tightening up the pickets. And then, it kind of just is a trickle down effect of, if we're going to do this, then we have to do that. And as we stepped our way through it, but as far as just getting the bridge up to last longer, addressing that drainage issue kind of through the deck and through those holes was the big concern. Then for this specific project, as we got some public comments that they wanted to see some lighting or some changes in the lighting and some aesthetic looks, we kind of had to take a step back and see how we can resolve the initial issue that was deteriorating the bridge, as well as accommodate those other things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Suresh, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. So in 20 to 30 years, what would we expect to be doing with the bridge, given what we have, what we are doing today with, with the proposed fixes? What should we be planning for in 20 to 30 years?
Realistically, replacing the structure. If we can get 100 years out of a timber bridge, that's a very good lifespan. 50 to 75 years is about typical for timber. These glulam members on this bridge were in really good shape. Concrete bridges right now are typically 75 to 100. With concrete technology, we're starting to see stuff up around the 120s if it was constructed and designed properly. But 100 years for a timber bridge, it's probably about time to be replaced.
Okay, gotcha. In terms of the project itself, what would be the extent of time to get from beginning to completion for the project?
Once we've addressed any potential comments as far as the lighting, and that's going to be the big one, and just making sure everyone's happy with those choices. From a straight bridge rehabilitation standpoint, we realistically, with city review and our design time, probably the next 6 months be ready to go to bid, and that may be even on the high side. Our details are pretty much put together. We have some connection details still to work out just for construction detailing, but from a design side, we're pretty much good. It's just a matter of getting the specification package and some final detailing and cleanup put together. And then I need to engage our lighting sub. And once we have a lighting alternative, and get them so they can get their plans and specs put together as well.
And what would be the construction period itself? How long?
1 season for sure. We're probably 2 months is probably on the high end.
Okay.
Once the deck is in place, the lighting sub can be working at the same time as they're doing the railings. There's a lot of overlap there. Once to remove the decking and replace the decking, that's kind of going to be the long time period, as your area of construction is going to be pretty minimal with no decking out there. But once the deck's replaced, they should be pretty good to go.
Okay, and then from the lighting, from the cost itself, the $215K that you proposed, I was not sure if that included the lighting at the two ends, and if that additional cost that you were saying were just the lighting in the railing.
No, the 215 is just to rehab the bridge itself. All of the lighting costs here include any strip lighting added and the 2 lights at the end of the bridge combined. So if we didn't want to touch the 2 lights at the end, these costs would come down. Replacing those lights isn't a huge cost since the lights are already there. But yeah.
And your proposal would be for the end lighting is not to replace the posts, but only potentially add the extension arm at the top with fixtures. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, and it's something we'll have to look at to make sure that we can attach to those, but I'm sure we can come up with a creative detail for that case. Okay. But yeah, that would be leave the existing posts and attach something to the top to come out and kind of get that light more over the middle.
Okay, And then, you know, if you were to pick the right fixtures here, let's say, and then you're able to protect light bleeding into the properties, like you said, by covering sides of it. How far into the bridge would these two lights, you know, since they are going to be modern, not the old ones, how far into the bridge would the light, you know, would you be able to project the light? I'm trying to see if, you know, if those railing lights are really necessary, if you get the light kind of fixtures of the two ends.
Right. So this light right here, this option D, with all four sides not covered, is what we used to lay out this schematic. And I don't think I can, I can zoom in. So you can kind of see some red contours here. And that
Yeah.
was the model of those two lights on all four sides with the existing posts. And so I think they were modeled right on top of the post, not on an extension arm coming out towards the middle. And so you end up with kind of these contours here, which would be changed if we blocked off the back. It would eliminate a lot of this coming out, but you would still get some from the front. And then if we extend those arms kind of towards the center of the bridge, all these contours would move, I guess, down in the page.
And when you're saying down beneath the page, that's towards the street, correct?
Yeah, towards the vehicular bridge.
Okay. So given that, your recommendation would be still to have in you know, just you don't think you'll be able to cover the lighting and entire span of the bridge?
Oh, just with these on the end?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Given, in order for them to be bright enough to do that, you're going to start having trouble lighting up the entire area, which I think is the problem with the existing lighting, right? They were meant to kind of be bright enough to light up the majority of the bridge, and it's lighting so much of the surrounding area up that it's,
Okay.
they're almost not effective in the purpose. So
Okay.
our goal would be, if we're going to add any strip lighting whatsoever along the bridge, really minimize those to the approaches.
Okay. And then just one last question on the lighting. Do you really need lighting on both sides of the railing? What if you do just one side of the railing, which is towards the you know, the railing away from the vehicular traffic, and project light through the entire bridge?
So we can certainly look at this one. May be the best example, but so that's basically what this is doing, right? So this bay is lit, and then this bay is lit, so you end up with a really dark side. So if we did one, we would kind of be illuminating one side, and the other side would be pretty dark. But I am certainly open to any option.
Yeah, I was, you know, wondering that if you get the right angles on the light and the right kind of lenses on the light, you would be able to kind of project and diffuse the light through the entire width of the bridge. And if that would cut the cost in half, something to consider.
Okay, absolutely.
Commissioner Oyang, do you have any questions on this item?
Suresh just asked my questions, which were follow-ups to Commissioner Malouf's. But I did have one question around, and this might be a different way of asking, but for the different lighting options, is the timing of construction different, or would they kind of be approximately the same?
It's approximately the same. These specific lights can be installed either with like a double-sided tape or with screws. They're so small that the installation of the lights themselves aren't going to be a problem. It's the more time-consuming part is going to be running the conduit and the wiring, and we're going to have to do that with whatever option we do. So adding additional strips of lighting is really minimal, is a minimal cost and effort relative to all the work needed to get the lights to be able to be installed.
Then, sorry, wasn't there an option that was 85,000? I felt like there was a big difference in cost between that and the most expensive one.
Yeah, so the 85 is going to be putting one strip. So it's roughly like 8 feet on each side of lights, as opposed to the 120 feet for the whole strip. And so when you get into this much, there's some additional costs there in all of the conduit, as well as the box. The panel is going to be needed to run these. But you're looking at about $15,000 to do 5 times as much light.
Yeah.
As opposed to just the one strip. So there certainly is a cost associated with that. But it's in terms of just the light itself, you're getting more light for less money.
Okay.
That's not the extent of the cost.
Great. And then For the pictures and examples of the different styles of lights, are those the actual lights that you've researched, or are they kind of representative of the style of the
So
lamp?
these are everything that is currently available with the manufacturer we're working with. And if that's kind of what we're looking for input to. If none of these are really exactly what we're looking for, we can start expanding that search. But kind of ideally, we're working with the same manufacturer, right, for all the lighting, so that we're not getting products from different manufacturers. As far as suppliers, I guess is a better term. I'm trying to get the same product coming from one place, so there's not one delay on one. But so these are currently everything that is available.
Got it. All right, and then just a comment, that thank you for the very clear presentation. It was very easy to follow, well researched, and you had a lot of information already kind of handy and ready to go. So appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Stacy, can I ask one quick follow-up question?
If it's very fast, please, because I'd like
Sure.
to get moving to public comments. We've had a lot of good questions from the commission.
It's very fast. I don't recall hearing anything about the usage pattern on the bridge in terms of how many people are using it during daylight and during dark hours. Were any surveys done, and were they any done recently?
We have not.
I also don't know of any that were done. There might have been some done in the earlier planning stages of the bridge, but I'm not sure. I can look into that as well.
Thank you.
So Levi, one very brief question from me is, you talked about when you do, once we sort of pick what lighting we want, particularly on the overhead one, that you would be modeling it. At that point in time, is that also a time when the immediately adjacent affected residents could give input to you on that?
Certainly. So that that's what, and when I guess I shouldn't have said if I did. Our lighting sub did this work. And so that's mainly why they do this, is to show effects to adjacent properties, as well as to make sure whatever the desired lighting is met kind of throughout the area of use. And so they did it on this model specifically because it was so dark on the ends. And then we had that conversation of, well, there's no lighting existing really. So we're adding a net benefit regardless of what we do. But that's something we'd want to look at because of not only the environmental issues underneath the bridge, but for any adjacent properties, to make sure that we're not negatively impacting them from the start.
Okay, thank you. So now let's move on to public comments. For members of the public, you may raise your hand. It may be different in different apps, but I think in reactions, there may be a way to raise your hand if you don't have a blue hand at the bottom of your screen, or in participants, if you click on participants and bring that window open, there's a raise hand button down in the bottom of that. So feel free to for members of the public, just keep your hands up until I call on you. And I'm going to start with people who've been very patient. MJ and Jerry, you've had your hand up for a very long time. When you speak, you can choose to turn your video on or keep it off. That's entirely your choice, but we'll certainly be able to hear you. I'm going to give each speaker 3 minutes. We don't have a timer, so I'll be timing you. I'd encourage you to keep track of time yourself, because we'll give each of you 3 minutes. So MJ and Jerry, please go ahead.
First of all, I wanted to thank you so much for getting to this renovation. We've been waiting for this for a long time, and get our own, at least my own preferences out of the way. I agree on the historic lamp that I hope you can just keep either on the post pointed just at the bridge away from Deb's house, or diffused. And we haven't really needed lighting on the bridge itself, but if you do it, just in the middle would be what I would want, diffuse warm. But I had a couple of questions, and I'm hoping you can address them. One is that you're using pressure treated wood, and I thought that the bridge right now had redwood. And I was wondering if there's any toxicity to the creek below because of the pressure treated wood, or is that why we see that little staple pattern on the deck? I saw in the modeling there was sort of like, it looked like almost like staples would be on the deck, and it doesn't really look as like the deck does now. And I was hoping it would be more like the deck does now. So that's question number one. And question number two is that Currently, the railing is growing a lot of either moss or lichen, or I'm not sure what it is that's all growing on the railing. Does that hurt the bridge? And is that something that would need to have maintenance for it? Those are my two questions.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And oh, sorry, I was going to say, I want to give Marisa and Levi opportunity to respond to the questions that were asked. We can go one by one just to make
Okay,
sure.
can we get 3 minutes each since there are two of us?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Why don't you go ahead, Jerry, and then we'll take the questions that you both had. Sorry, I didn't catch you there.
Okay, so just to clarify, we live 3 houses down from the bridge. We've been involved with both bridges for what is like 14 years now. We are very familiar with the history. I first wanted to provide an answer to a question that came up before about maintenance. The city in the past has not been at all consistent with maintenance. Years would go by before they would respond to anything like nailing down boards. There's very infrequent maintenance, clearing leaves so it gets slippery. It wasn't until I called in and said there are nails sticking up, they're causing people to trip, that the current plywood was put down. So I think that's something that city staff, and maybe with guidance from this commission, needs help on. Is this bridge needs to be maintained. I'm fine with the lighting. I don't think it needs anything in the middle. We go across that bridge probably 3-4 nights a week. Street lights aren't more than 100 feet apart. Why should there need to be more lighting on this bridge? It's not like you're going to fall off it. And the railing is high. The surface is well maintained. That's just fine. My main concern is aesthetic. I understand all the functional reasons for moving the railing outside, but when you look at the bridge now, what you see are the pickets. What you're going to see with the railing moved outside is the glue lamp that's 55 years old. And I think it's going to look really crappy. There's no other way to put it. You now have this curved old glue lamp, and that's what you're going to see. The pickets behind are going to be pretty much invisible for the whole middle span of the bridge because the glue lamp comes up about 2/3 of the way. I think aesthetically, that was not what anyone ever had in mind when 10 years ago we started talking about design of this bridge. And the fact that it's wider is irrelevant. Yes, it gets some traffic, but 2 people can easily pass, 2 bikes can easily pass. And we don't need the extra 12 inches of functional width.
Okay, thank you. So just to give Levi and Marissa, if you want to respond to, and you don't have to, address everything that's been said because these are public comments, but any of those questions, if there's anything you want to respond to, please go ahead.
If I go ahead, it sounded like some of those were your wheelhouse.
Okay. If I could just ask for some clarification, was this the image you were asking about, like the staples?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so these are actually numbers. It's actually the light intensity. So I apologize. It's so small that you can't see it, but it's actually numbers based on the light intensity on the deck, and they've modeled that all the way across. It's just too small to actually read the numbers at this point. So to jump back to your first question, we looked at redwood, but with the cost of wood right now, pressure treated is cheaper, and you're going to get the same lifespan out of it. Redwood, if that is the direction we want to go, we can certainly change to that. It is just significantly more expensive right now.
Sorry, MJ and Jerry, I'm going to ask you to mute your mics right now so we can hear Levi. Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, it's certainly an option if we want to go that route. We were replacing the decking itself with pressure treated. The majority of the railing is going to be redwood, but that's certainly a conversation that can be had. I think I hit most of your questions there. As to the railing, I completely understand the glue lamp issue, and that's something we're actually actively talking about, is whether we should try and clean up that glue lamp beam and put like a clear coat on it to kind of refreshen it as part of this construction. The other issue and the main issue of moving that railing to the outside was to address the deterioration at the beginning and end of bridge, which was ultimately the root cause of why this thing needed to be rehabbed in the first place. And because, as you mentioned, right, the glue lamp's on an arch. So when you get to the ends of the bridge, it's below the deck. The deck is almost, level or on top of the glue lamp. So there's nothing to connect the posts to. And so it was a solution that addressed the main deteriorating factor of the bridge. And then it also lent itself to additional lighting, which had been a previous comment from the past public meeting. But that's what we're asking for the input. So if the lighting isn't an issue, we can try and look at something else, but trying to resolve the deterioration from how the posts connect to the glue lamps was the main focus of this, to extend the life as long as possible.
Great. Next up is Theresa Morris. Theresa.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a Park and Rec Commissioner, but I am not speaking as a Park and Rec Commissioner this evening. I am speaking only as a resident. I too have been part of the process for this bridge for the entire time that we've been discussing fixing it up or changing it or whatever was going to be the outcome. So I appreciate that it's on your agenda, that we're talking about it and we're making some progress. I'm extremely happy that it's going to be on the agenda again next month. I did not find any of the lighting examples to be appropriate for that area, and I had grave concerns about it lighting up areas that it did not need to light up. I sent a letter in regarding insect populations. There's also nocturnal animals and migratory birds that are affected by light pollution. So I'd like to see us get something where it's the most minimal amount of light possible. As MJ and Jerry, one of them said, the lights currently do light up the bridge plenty well. I am a big chicken at night walking in the dark. So I know I go across that bridge regularly in the dark, and I don't run it. Which is what I normally would do if I was worried. So I have encountered some little animals on it at night, as they go through the openings, but otherwise it's a perfectly safe bridge. So I would suggest that we look into some alternatives like slot lighting that goes on a post. Square box lighting would be another alternative. Also low post lighting, so the post would go lower and there would just be something on the top of the post. I think that could be done attractively. That would have much less impact on the neighbors and certainly less impact on the insects in the area and the wildlife if we were able to keep it diffused and warm would even be very helpful. And I would say no LED, but I know there will be pushback on that. I'd also like to suggest a motion sensor as opposed to having the lights on all the time. How about a motion sensor? Looking to Germany and dark skies for information, doing a massive amount of research before the next meeting would be really helpful in order to come up with the best lighting for that bridge. I also have the question MJ asked about the toxicity of the posts, the treated posts or wood materials. I am concerned, as I'm speaking about lighting, I also would be concerned about runoff and so on of treated posts. If I were to have to choose something about lighting up the bridge, I would certainly say it would be the minimal midspan, if anything. I like that one of the commissioners asked about putting in lights only on one side. I understand that, sorry?
15 seconds.
Okay, I understand that it will only light up one side. And again, we don't really need the bridge lit up a whole bunch. We just need a tiny bit of light so people can get across safely as they're walking, maybe avoid a rat or two. And I think those were my main things. And I hope that the sandwich boards get out much earlier next time. I think they've only been out for about 4 days. Thanks though for putting them out there. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Theresa. Next, Nancy Martin. You have 3 minutes, Nancy.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I agree with Theresa on the sandwich boards. I love that there were so many of them. You can really miss them. It was great. I love that bridge, and I walked over it many times, especially with Theresa, and we both enjoy standing in the moonlight. It's nice. There's something magical about it. If it was overlit, it would just feel too utilitarian. So I understand we're redoing it for safety. As far as lighting goes, I think it's pretty lit now, so I don't think we need a lot more than what's there. I certainly don't think we should light the whole bridge. And that is an exorbitant amount of money for lighting, in my opinion. But so that would save some money. So that would be my feeling, is that we don't overlight the bridge. Something traditional at each end would probably be fine. If I had my way, I would like to eliminate a pole. They have poles at each end now. And when I ride my bike over there, I just, you kind of hope you don't hit the pole. So I'm hoping we're not going to put one of those poles at each end, which I guess stops people from driving their cars. I'm not really sure the reason for them, but that would be a request I have. And I'd also like to see what it looks like from the street, if there's any type of drawing, so we can just see, that feeling if you are driving by, what it looks like. And that's about it. Those would be my my 3 cents of it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah,
Next
okay,
we have
thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next, we have Debbie Skelton. And then if there's any other member of the public who would like to make a comment, I would ask you to please raise your hand. So Debbie, you are up and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I am the neighbor at the end of the bridge. So I really appreciate all the time and energy going into the renovation. It looks like it's going to be lovely. I'm pretty excited about it. I can answer certain questions if you'd like me to, but I wanted to make a few comments first. Hold on. I have a cat who seems to want to eat. So the arch on the inside of the bridge itself could end up being a problem because kids walk on it. So I kind of, I don't really care if the edges there are on the inside or the outside. I know they have to be closer together. That's been a problem all along with this bridge and children. That's why we have those other 2x4s in there now. But I am concerned if you put the arch on the inside, do know that kids and risky teenagers are going to walk on that, and that puts them pretty close to the top edge of the lip there. So that's a little bit of a safety concern in my book. Let's see. The bridge has held up really well. It was originally intended to last 30 years, and it's gone well beyond that. This was a fairly inexpensive bridge. It's probably no big surprise to Levi. This thing cost about $30,000 when originally put in. This was on my family's property, so I have a lot of history on it if you do have questions about the history of this bridge. Okay, let's talk about the lights for a second here. Those lights have not worked in years. The bulbs on my end, I think, have not been replaced. I'm not sure. If they have, it's for naught because they don't work on either end. So the people who are saying the bridge is lit enough now are walking on that bridge with no lighting. The building across the street does put out some lighting, and the Loyola Bridge that crosses the expressway puts out a lot of light. So people feel that there is enough light now when there is no light at all. I think that if you do the 2 end lights and the span lights, you're looking at too much light. I think maybe one or the other, and I mean, it's really hard for me to make a recommendation. Just the information here is there is no light. Hasn't been light on this bridge for years.
15 seconds.
And well, do you have any questions for me?
Well, thank you for asking that. I'm gonna pause the public comments here, and I'm going to bring it back to first staff and commission, since Debbie is the adjacent neighbor. Levi, Marisa, this is an opportunity to ask, any input you want from her, but there, as we know, there will be another meeting to come back. Sure. And any other opportunity.
I don't have any direct questions. It's very nice to know that the lights don't work and everyone seems to think there's enough light. So that drastically changes my approach, I guess, kind of based on your guys' input, but that's very good to hear.
The other thing I I know my time is up, but just give me
Yeah.
a second here. I'd really like to see a sample of the decking because we're talking about that, but we don't really know what it looks like. If that would be possible, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. So bringing it back to the commission now, and I'm going to do a time check. We did spend a lot of time on this item, but I think it was really important to do this deep dive and get our questions answered and make sure we hear from the community. So when we deliberate on this one, I would ask commissioners, and maybe Levi, you can bring up that last slide you had and what types of input you were seeking. I know we will give you input on that and give you additional input that comes up for us. But I would ask commissioners, challenge you to keep yourselves to less than 3 minutes when you're giving your feedback, and keep in mind that this is coming back to us. It's slated to come back next month. So let's just give Levi the feedback we need to get him ready to bring it back. So who wants to go first? And let me see, I can't see everybody's video in their hand. Oh, I see Commissioner Malouf's hand up.
I'll be very quick and brief. As far as lighting is concerned, it doesn't sound like your neighbors want it. Skip it, save 100 grand. Number two, I would encourage you and the staff to go there at night. And number three, I would encourage you to consider if it makes any difference from an aesthetic standpoint to swap out the treated lumber for redwood. That's it.
And Vice Chair, I see you have your blue hand up.
Thank you. Well, I had a similar comment as Commissioner Malouf. I think lighting, let's try to keep it where it is. I think overdoing the lighting might actually make the bridge less aesthetic. As long as some of the safety concerns are addressed, I think trying to keep the lighting mode as to where we are today probably makes sense. The other thing to consider with lighting is also maintenance over the lifetime of the period of the bridge. If there's lighting and then if it's broken and we're not able to, keep it maintained and fixed and so on, that's something to think about. In addition, my concern is primarily to do with maintenance on an ongoing maintenance of the bridge. I think it'll be good. I encourage the city staff to sort of create a maintenance schedule as part of this project, so there's ongoing maintenance. So we can make sure that we get that 20 years of life, of the remaining life of the bridge. As to the treated lumber versus redwood, I think that's something to consider. I'm not sure if there's how much toxic runoff there might be. From an aesthetic perspective, of course, the redwood would make sense, but again, without a cost estimate, it would be difficult to make a recommendation one way or the other. But understanding if there are any toxicity associated with the chosen lumber would be nice to know ahead of time, so we don't want to be surprised later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners with brief comments? Commissioner Katz.
Yeah, I agree with Nadeem that we should hold off on lighting unless it's really needed. When we come back next month, I would really like to understand what the incremental cost is of replacing the treated wood with the redwood. And then we can make an informed recommendation.
Okay, that's
all I have
great.
to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Katz. Anybody else with any additional net new direction here? I'm seeing Cindy saying no. Tom, anything? Nope. And I don't have anything from my end either. I support keeping the lights off at night, even where I live, which is one of the busiest roads in the city. There's nobody out there at night and they shut the lights off. So, but going out, having you guys go out and look in the night just to check for if there's any safety issues is probably wise, but that might also make you realize we don't need all the lighting either. Marisa, Levi, do you need anything else from us on this item?
I'm good. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. And for members of the public, please keep an eye on our agenda. This is slated, never guaranteed, to come back at our next monthly meeting, which is always the last Wednesday of the month at 5:30. and the agendas usually get published approximately the Friday before our meeting. So let's move on to agenda item 5. Agenda item 5 is Almond Avenue, Los Altos High School area. And this item is also scheduled for 45 minutes. So it is now about 10 minutes to 7. So that means at 7:35 is when we're aiming to finish this item. The good news is while we're behind, we did the initial part of our agenda really fast. And so we have what we had scheduled is a break for 7:25. So if we finish this high school item at 7:35, it keeps us 10 minutes behind. We have a long agenda tonight with an adjournment past 9:30. So we want to keep things moving as much as we can. I'm going to turn this over, this item 5 over to you, Marisa, to set it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is discussing Los Altos High School and Almond Ave and the drop off and pickup. This is an item that we discussed, I think, 2 meetings ago. And we talked about different solutions and ways that we can address this issue, because we know the traffic has gotten worse over the last couple of years, especially because of the construction at the high school, closing a couple of the entrances. Last time the conversation was initiated by Nancy Seaman, who I see is on the call again tonight. And she gave a presentation last time of her observations around the school and on her street on Valencia, and some of the traffic issues. She had some photos of some of the problems. We spent quite some time with Galen, the I think vice principal of Los Altos High, talking about various different approaches. And I know we got a lot of really good commissioner comment and feedback. We talked about doing kind of a multi-pronged approach, a combination of some infrastructure improvements around the school and some transportation demand management, or TDM measures, trying to encourage students to do more carpooling and walking and biking and less getting dropped off alone in a vehicle. And then we also talked about a third prong to the approach, was looking at the neighborhood from kind of a systems perspective and thinking about how to improve the whole neighborhood system and kind of better utilize the streets. So as a result of that conversation, we had Andrean, who's here with us now, from Alta Planning and Design. Andrean is our Safe Routes to School coordinator. She's been working with the city for a couple of years now. She did a lot of work on the Safe Routes to School portion of the Complete Streets Master Plan. She's done Safe Routes to School projects all over California. She's been at Alta for a few years. Alta does Safe Routes to School projects all over California and the country as well. So Andrean and Alta have a lot of experience working on this exact type of issue in other locations. So we're really lucky to have their expertise tonight, and in general on an ongoing basis working on this project. So Andrean met with Galen, and they did a site visit at the school during drop off, and I believe also during pickup as well, correct? And just drop off, and observe the issues. And Andrean will be kind of giving a summary presentation tonight of what was observed, and also presenting us with a whole kind of menu of options of various different things that are best practices from other locations and other schools who have problems similar to ours, or if not, in some cases, a lot of the problems that Andrean and Alta solves are much worse than ours. So that's comforting to know in some ways. So we will hear kind of some different approaches as far as the 3 kind of pronged approach that I mentioned a few minutes ago. So that'll be transportation demand management programs to get students to approach the school or travel to the school in different ways, a systems-wide kind of analysis of the neighborhood and the street system and network, and the third being some infrastructure improvements that we can talk about. So none of these are set in stone, none of these are decided. I received a number of emails today from residents who I think had some concern that, some of these were set in stone and definitely moving forward, and that's not the case at all. The purpose of this meeting tonight is to discuss, just like we did last time. I thought our last meeting was very productive and very constructive. So we want to talk about all these, kind of receive the update from Andrean, hear about all the different options, discuss kind of, what could be an appropriate application for our particular context and our particular set of issues. And I think Galen is here too from Los Altos High. So last time he was really helpful in the conversation and brought a lot of good ideas. So the idea here is to kind of come up with a solution, build some consensus, let everybody's voices be heard, and move forward with something that works for all of us. So with that, I will hand it off to Andrean. Thank you so much for being here.
Good evening. Thank you, Marisa. Good evening, commissioners. So I'll share my screen with you. Yeah, so I'll be quick with the introduction since Marisa already introduced the whole background and context. So we went at the end of the month of March in the morning. So we met with, I met with Galen and one teacher. So here's an aerial, just has a reminder of the high school campus. So on the south side, there's Almond Avenue with the cycle track and the main entrance. On the west side, Valencia Drive, east side, Alicia Way, and north Harding Drive that has 2 additional pedestrian and bicyclist accesses. So following the previous Complete Street Commission meetings, we met one morning and at the request of the school, we met on Harding Drive near the east entrance near Casita Way because it's an entrance very heavily used with lots of conflict. Well, there's lots of student drop-off at this on Harding Drive and at this intersection. So we wanted to make the observation there. So I'll be quick with the observation and the summary since I believe the issue were discussed in 2 other meetings. But so this is the 2 pictures. Well, the left one is on Harding Drive looking towards the west side. So we can see there's it's just before the east entrances at the intersection of Casita Way. We can see the crosswalk and there's drivers that stopped in the bike lane, and we can see that bicyclists wanting to access the school entrance, they are riding the wrong side of the road in the street and in the bike lane instead of doing a left turn at the intersection or using the crosswalk. And on the right side, so this is we don't see very much the red curb, it's a bit faded, or but that's the intersection with Casita Way, and about 20 minutes past 8 a.m. all the on-street parking on Harding Drive is full, and we have cars dropping off students in the red curb area or double park to drop their students. So these students have to walk behind around the cars to cross the streets. So here, this is the intersection with, we can see it's Casita Way and the crosswalk. So the intersection is pretty wide. That's allowed cars to stop in the intersection, sometimes blocking the crosswalk or blocking visibility for drivers who wants to do a left or right turns on Harding Drive. And also the width of the intersection make it hard for bicyclists to turn left on Harding Drive. There was car backing up on Harding past Alicia Way. So sometimes instead of waiting to continue on Harding, they were turning on Alicia Way. So the peak activity began around 8:25. It lasts for about 20 minutes. So the east entrance is very heavily used. There's conflict between all the road users, the pedestrian, bicyclists, drivers, and also at the moment there's construction on the school site. So this is also an entrance sometimes used by trucks to access the campus. But overall, what we kind of observe is if I can say, a peaceful chaos. Like drivers seem civilized, patient, like they know what they are used to this situation, waiting for their turn behind double parked car, being mindful of students crossing the streets. And after 20 minutes, it was, 8:45, it was empty again. So this is what we observed that morning on a Wednesday. And also the school administration did a count in the afternoon, an estimation about like 2, and Galen, you can chime in or just complete if I'm missing something or forgetting something, but I think to about 200, over 200 bicyclists using the entrances on Hardin Drive, and about 300 bicyclists using the entrance on Almond Avenue. So I'll move forward with the programmatic recommendations. So these were, are intended to be implemented by the school administration, an infrastructure recommendation that would be city-led, and all have the objective to encourage alternative transportation modes, to reduce the number of cars near the school in the morning, to improve also the safety of student, resident, school staff in the street near the school, educate both the parents and the student on for having good behaviors when being dropped off or when bicycling, and improve the overall drop-off and pickup procedure on Hardin Drive, both with programmatic and facilities improvement. So this is an overview of the recommendation. First, we suggest to conduct a full walk audit. So this is like the recommendation, both programmatic and infrastructure recommendation I'm doing tonight are really at a planner level, but having a walk audit could give also engineering or designer perspective assessment. I'll go over the transportation demand management measures that include encouragement, education activities, school policies, and infrastructure recommendations. So some quick builds that can be implemented in the short term. So why having a full walk audit? So usually a walk audit has a planner and an engineer on site with other stakeholders. So we have city staff, the school administration. There can be parents, students, residents, and it covers a larger radius around the school. So a quarter mile, half a mile. So it enable like a more thorough assessment of both the infrastructure and the behaviors around the schools. And that's also a good way to engage the community around the project. So this is why that could be a good first step for the upcoming month to better understand what can be done. And for the infrastructure, the programmatic recommendation, as Marissa mentioned, so these are, I'll go through potential options. These are example and best practices that can be implemented in a high school and that worked in other places with similar issues. So we hope we can discuss the ideas tonight and see what can be a good fit, and discuss more after that with the schools, and see also how the CFA school, Los Altos CFA school program can support these measures. And to adapt these measures while understanding what are the attitudes towards walking, biking, and other carpooling, busing of the student, parent, and staff is important to be able to customize and see what can really reduce the number of cars around and change the transportation modes. So as like the programmatic recommendation can include transit support. So that means it could be reduced or free public transit, having transit champion program, group rides, so having more experienced public transit riders with coupled with students that are less experienced to learn how to use public transit, learn about the routes. There's several programs that has worked with high school or universities with free passes, and that increase a lot the ridership of buses. Another group of measure is regard a carpool and ride matching support. So for both school staff and students, so that can touch parking policies. I know that the school already have parking policies for students. So I believe it's a student that live closer than 1 mile cannot have a parking spot, but there can be also priority carpool parking or other incentive like free breakfast for students who carpool. Biking support. So all these activities encourage biking by improving an access to a bicycle or improving the bike skills or the facilities at the schools. So here are examples in Menlo Park. A teacher started a few years ago a bike club. So they are fixing donated bikes. So each year they fix more than 200 bikes, and they meet each week, sorry, at the school parking lot. Smart trips programming. So this is to help families to plan their commute, showing the different options. So the city of Los Altos has developed suggested route to school maps. So promoting these maps and the routes. There's also the platform schoolroute.org that exists and will be also improved with new features that can be used to reach out to students. Park and walk program. So on the map, there is actually park and walk location that can be revised and promote more. So student that drives or parent that drive can park a bit further from the schools and walk. And back to school orientation that can include material for new students, walking and biking champion, and all the events regarding alternative transportation mode. Messaging and outreach. So that's the more typical Safe Routes to School activities, I would say. So that aim to educate and encourage parents and students to walk or bike or carpool to school, and also educate about what are the good behaviors, like good and safe, no hidling, no U-turn, being respectful of the neighborhood. And all these activities can also be student-led. So many examples show that having like peer support and having other students and integrating, implementing these education activities in existing student group, like a green team, can be more efficient. And having also recurrent encouragement activity like cocoa for carpooling, weekly or monthly walk and roll to school. Here are some examples. The Alameda County Safe Routes to School has several youth task force. So students meet with the city staff too, I believe, and they discuss the transportation issue around the schools and solution, and they also lead encouragement events like cocoa for carpooling. The picture to the left is a video produced by students as part of, I think, a class. So to raise awareness about distracted driving. And to the right is an example of a flyer to communicate the rolling drop-off procedure at the school. So I'll continue with the infrastructure recommendation. We're suggesting here quick builds so that can be implemented short-term and often use low-cost materials like planters or paint or bulb outs. So the picture here is just because it shows many examples of these materials that can be built. So there's 3. Well, this is from, again, the observation we made that specific mornings that was on Harding Drive. So I'm trying to reduce the width of Harding Drive and Casito Way, creating curb extension with bulb outs. So that would prevent cars stop in the intersection to drop off students, and also improve the safety of the student crossing at the intersection, and considering installing high visibility crosswalk at Casita. So there's already one on Harding, but adding one across Casita and refreshing the red curb paint in front of the pedestrian and bicyclist entrance. And all along Harding Drive, there was a student drop-off. So one idea was to create a rolling drop-off zone near the west entrance. So the one that is between the baseball field and the tennis court. So having more pedestrian traffic there and having more bicyclist traffic at the east entrance near Casita Way, since a lot of bicyclists were arriving from there. And adding also on Harding Drive on so cars were stopping on the north side in the bike lanes. So having a delimitation with bulb out or other kind of materials to prevent cars from stopping in the bike lane. And for Alicia Way and Valencia Drive, so this is this can answer also some comments I believe that were made in previous meeting, but to prevent U-turns in the street, so adding marking. So currently these 2 streets, they have no sidewalk, no pavement marking. So adding some paint or marking to create a walking path and making the lane delimitation more clear. So these were the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So what we're going to do now is give commissioners a chance to ask questions of your presentation. Then we'll open it up to public comment. And just a note on public comment, there was a question if members of the public could show their screen and show a presentation or something. So if we have the technical capability, and the Gaku's not here tonight, he usually does our technical support and the technical capacity to allow that, then yes, within your 3 minutes of public comments, you are welcome to show presentation. I may need to ask you to, after tonight's meeting, is to actually also email a copy of whatever you show to staff. And then after we do public comments, then we'll bring it back to the commission for some deliberation. I'm just doing a time check, and what we had allotted was about another 22 minutes for this item. I don't know if we'll exactly finish, but I would encourage commissioners to, for Q&A, succinctly ask your prioritized questions. So who wants to open this up for us? And I'm looking for, I see Commissioner Katz with your hand up, go ahead.
I only have one question. Andrean, thank you. I thought your presentation was extremely comprehensive, and I think it covered the issues as well as a lot of potential solutions, at least to some of the problems. I thought the video at the beginning, or the slide at the beginning, that showed what the drivers were actually doing and the students crossing traffic to get onto campus was very alarming. The one thing that your slides did not talk about was whether or not you saw crossing guards at all or any of those troubled intersections. And if not, why there aren't any crossing guards involved. We're talking about 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. So at some point, I'd like to understand that better.
Thank you. Yeah, so you're right. We didn't see a crossing guard at this entrance. I'm not sure there is. Maybe that's a question for Galen actually, and why it's not also in the recommendation, but that could be one. Usually in high school, we don't recommend crossing guards, but maybe that can be like up to discussion.
I have a comment there too, which commissioners, you might already know this. I'm sure it's been discussed in the past, but historically, both in Los Altos and in every other city I've ever worked with, the crossing guard position is very difficult to fill because, like you said, it is only 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. And so it's hard to find someone who can fill that position and still, you know, make enough money to support themselves. And especially because it's, you know, hard to fit that position around another work schedule because of the timing of it. So we do have a crossing guard at shortage in Los Altos, as you probably know. And, you know, if there were any neighbors, or maybe that would be a good position for someone who's retired or no longer working, that would be a really good kind of solution to that problem.
Thank you for that. Other questions from the commission? Let's see, I don't have everyone in one pane. Oh, Commissioner Maloof.
Thank you, Andrean, for this. First, actually a comment, and I have a bunch of questions. I'm going to take issue with your statement of peaceful chaos. I didn't see anything peaceful about the mess in the morning nor the afternoon, because I get to see the afternoon, which is even worse than the morning when people sit and park their cars waiting for their kids to come out. So of these 4 recommendations that you're putting forth, help me understand the impact. Quantify the impact for me. What do you think would be the result? Is that something that we understand is going to reduce traffic by 10%, 20%, 30%, or what is it going to do?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So this is why before walking through the recommendation, I start with I think we need to understand like what's the attitudes toward like alternative transportation mode, and that can be done through surveys, or maybe the walk audit could help with that too. But if to get a better sense of where the Los Altos High community is with their transportation, like do they need more information? Are they considering, do they understand the benefits for them or for the community to change the, from driving solo to carpooling or busing or else? So if we understand better what is their position on this, we can target a better measure and also set realistic goals. Like if we end up knowing that like we have, I don't know, 20% or a certain percentage of number of students that are interested by biking, then we can act on this and set, and have expectation. But without knowing that, it's hard to have numbers on this, I believe.
Okay, let's put some numbers around that. Let me see if I can get you there. So the school has what, roughly 2,500 students, right? Approximately, Mr. Rosenberg, I think you told me last time, give or take. And I'm going to assume that some of them are siblings, so not all of them are driving. I don't know what the number is going to be, but let's say perhaps 2/3 are solo and 1/3 siblings. And I'm just taking random numbers. So you got roughly 1,500 to 2,000 students who have to commute to school every day. And I think you mentioned that roughly 500 kids are coming by bike, 200 on one side, 300 on the other side. So that leaves another 1,000 or more who are coming today by vehicle. 1,000 is a large number. Those streets are not set up to handle 1,000 vehicles at one time in that 20-minute window. And so help me understand the math here. What is it that you think needs to happen before we have an impact? Do we need to get half of those people to agree to take alternative transportations? Or is it, which is unrealistic? Or do you think 10% is enough to have a huge impact on the backup?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I'm wondering if having a more organized drop-off also procedure can help, like reducing the number of cars or having a better efficiency in the morning with drop-off. I understand that afternoons are worse because of parents waiting in their car. But for what we saw in the morning, yeah, that's a question I can't.
Okay. So now I have some comments there. I'm sorry, go ahead, Marisa. Yeah.
I have some comments there too. I think, one thing that we really observed is the kind of chaotic nature of what is going on, and the, to be perfectly frank, poor driver behavior that we're observing. And so when you have a bunch of drivers who are, following a flow and doing what they're supposed to be doing, that causes a lot more efficiency versus what we're seeing at Los Altos High, which is people doing U-turns and people, causing a lot of just general obstruction, and that really reduces the efficiency of the roadway system. So I think that's something to keep in mind, that if we could, really, I think just removing the U-turn issue would probably cause much more efficiency in and of itself. And that's a hard thing to do because it's hard to convince the public to do the right thing, right, if they don't want to. So I think that's where the kind of messaging comes in. I think that could have a really big impact. I think kind of controlling the flow in terms of, the directionality of where people can kind of go to drop off will have a big impact. A rolling drop off is a huge efficiency gain because it's a perfectly organized flow of, cars pulling up, the kid getting out or the student, and then keeping moving. So I think that all these things will really work together. Another thing that I've always kept in mind in terms of, this would be also great questions for more of a traffic analyst, which we don't have on the call tonight. Jaime is not here. I don't know if he would really be able to speak to this. But one thing that has always stuck with me with regards to traffic is that traffic is exponential. And so just a very small addition to a roadway network can cause an exponential increase in the kind of traffic delay, slowdown, volume. So that's something to keep in mind too.
Yeah, thank you, Marisa. I think we need to convert all of that into numbers. I think we need to understand whether this is wishful thinking or we're going to have an impact that's meaningful. Is taking 100 kids off the vehicles is going to make an impact, or we need to target 500 kids or more, which is a far more difficult endeavor.
Yeah,
second question is, yeah, go ahead.
What I have in my notes from last time is that about 800 vehicles, Galen was speaking kind of off the cuff, and he was kind of walking through the sort of numbers game that we're talking about now. And I have in my notes about 1,000 cars during drop-off time and 800 vehicles within 20 minutes. So that 20-minute period is really the problem period.
There you go.
And so I think that if we could remove, even 100 vehicles from those 20 minutes, and then get the remaining vehicles to behave better and, follow a flow, and then get, even a portion of those vehicles into a rolling drop-off that's organized, I think we really would see significant improvements.
Okay, that'd be good to show some evidence behind that next time, please. Second question is, how many tickets have been issued in that zone in those morning hours and afternoon hours?
That is something that I do not know the answer to. I don't think we have Liz on the call tonight.
Yeah. Please let me know next time how many tickets have been issued, because if we're not enforcing it, it's absolutely meaningless. And I can tell you this area extremely well, Marisa. I don't want to set you up here for some bad answers, because I've biked and walked and driven through this section about a bazillion times. So I know exactly how chaotic it is. The third question really is, do we know, so we know we have a lot of kids who are being dropped off and picked up by their parents or whoever. But also it seems to me like the parking has gotten a lot worse. I mean, I see now cars being parked easily a couple of blocks away from the school, down on Merritt and Angela, all the way up to close to Marriage. So do we know whether now more kids are driving to the school, or what a fraction of the kids are driving to school and parking there?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think Andrian does either. I don't know if maybe Galen would have a sense of that.
So we actually just completed a survey about these questions and today. And so I haven't had a chance to gather the data very carefully yet. The numbers aren't quite as bad, actually, in terms of the proportions as we thought. In terms of numbers of students driving, I doubt the numbers have changed very much. I think some of the limitations we've had because of construction and limiting the amount of parking is probably just pushing more students further away.
Okay, that'll be good to quantify that next time, please, when you present us the data. And then the last question is, are there any, we can't be the first nor the last high school with this issue. Are there any precedents in our neighboring cities where this has been faced, and what solutions did they found to be most effective?
So all the example I showed were experimented in other high schools, not necessarily like in neighboring high schools, some in Alameda County, but yeah, most of the example are from California or in North America. So I don't have more details, specific details about how it shifts. The numbers we have are, the more number we have is about increasing the ridership increment with free passes or reduce fees, or yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good for next time again to please look at best practices from other places. It would be awful to reinvent the wheel.
So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here, and there is a whole memo that was prepared by Andrian and Alta, and their best practices and case studies included in that memo. It's an attachment in the packet.
Cool. Awesome. And then the last question is, we're 6 weeks away from the end of the year, and then I think the parents will go to sleep, and then you're going to come back with another quarter of the kids who had graduated being replaced by another different set of quarter of parents who are not aware of all the challenges ahead of them. So when do you expect to do the surveys, and when do you expect to do the outreach and the training before the school year starts again?
Yeah, so you're right. There's a few weeks left, so I think what's more realistic is to plan for next school year and prepare back to school, and yeah, to plan for the next couple of months.
I do think there are some changes possible to prepare for the fall, however.
So you think you can be ready for the fall? Is that what I heard?
Well, I'm not sure about the infrastructure changes that are being discussed, but in terms of some of the strategic changes and encouragements, we can implement those, and we will have some data to take a look at whether a shifting behavior or not. So I'm not sure what the infrastructure piece would be, but some of the other elements we can implement before the fall.
Okay, thank you.
My experience working with schools in the past, I think the fall is a really good time to kind of revamp messaging and sort of reset expectations in terms of drop off and pickup behavior. So Galen, I wonder if that's perhaps your experience as well. Getting a culture shift in the mid-year, I think, is more difficult than really kind of establishing something at the beginning of the year. So I think we're well positioned to make that happen for the fall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maloof. And I'm going to call in any other commissioners with questions. In the meantime, for members of the public, once the commissioners finish their questions, we'll be calling on you to have your 3 minutes to give your input and your questions. And my understanding, just to give everyone an update from Nafis, who's running our technology tonight, members of the public will be able to share their screen if you want to share a presentation with us. So other commissioners with questions or comments. I saw the vice chair with, I thought your hand. Yep, go ahead, Suresh.
Thank you. I guess I'm kind of looking at your proposals, and there are sort of three different. There were four sort of major categories, and I'm kind of looking at it as three major sort of efforts. One is something that's programmatic, and correct me if I'm wrong. This is something that the school will embark on. Is that correct? All the programmatic stuff that you're proposing are efforts by the school, and can you quantify what the objective of that effort is? Is it to reduce the number of cars and increase people biking, walking, and transit to the school? Is that the primary objective?
And before you answer that, Marisa, I'm just going to interrupt here a second. Sorry, for the members of the public, I would ask you to keep your videos off for now. Let's just have the commissioners and staff with videos on. And then when we come to public comments and it's your turn to comment, then you can choose to put your video on during comment period. Thank you for that. That's just the procedure of how this meeting goes all the time. Sorry, go ahead, Marisa.
I'm sorry, Suresh, can you repeat the question? I know.
Yeah, so the question on all the programmatic proposals or I guess, things like TDM, encourage programs and transit support and so on. Is that all something that the school and the school would do, or is it something that the city has plans for as well?
So Galen and I would need to talk about it, and Galen and I have, we speak sometimes and we have a good partnership. So I enjoy working with the school, and it sounds like we have a good partnership going. My kind of thought is that the school would handle the kind of the TDM measures and the programmatic measures, and I would be there to support if they needed help or ideas. And, that's something that's already gotten started, obviously, with these conversations. Andrean would be there to support with, all of the ideas, best practices, all of her and the rest of Altos' body of knowledge and experience working all over California, specifically in the Bay Area, all over the country. So there's a lot of support there. And then the city and the school would collaborate about kind of infrastructure recommendations, and that the city would kind of handle some of those infrastructure recommendations in our summer signage and striping effort.
Okay, thank you. So going back to the programmatic approach, have you had discussions with the school? I know that Galen Rosenberg is here, but I'd like to hear as to what is the commitment on the school side to get this program off the ground? What is it? I mean, have they committed resources and so on to get this program? But again, I think sort of tied to that question is also, how do we measure the success of those programs? Do we know where we are today? And then let's say we implement this in fall, what would be the time frame to say, okay, these measures work? If not, how do we improve? What additional resources the school might need, both in terms of people and money to implement these programs to carry it forward?
Let's see. So I think that, in transportation projects in general, I think always collecting data is a great component of any project, because then you can start with a baseline and you can, like we're talking about, kind of have an understanding of the impact that the project had. So I do think that collecting data, and that, like Andrean said, could be done via surveys. So survey the kids now, before the end of the school year, potentially send out a bunch of messaging and try to really set expectations at the beginning of next school year, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, and survey kids at the beginning of the school year as well. And then survey, at midpoints throughout the year, maybe middle and end of year, and see, what kind of data we can collect. One thing is that kind of that driver behavior component is going to be, harder to collect data on. That's more, observable and subjective. So some things can be captured with data, some things can't. I know this commission tends to be very scientific in its approach, which is a really great approach in a lot of ways. I think that in this particular instance for this issue, it might be beneficial to think outside of the scientific box and maybe think of this as a little bit more of an art than a science, or as kind of a culture shift. And I think that will take time. You know, kids, high school kids are difficult. They want to be cool, and you know, maybe biking's not considered cool, maybe walking's not, who knows anymore, I don't know. So that'll be something that I think we can sort of shift the culture on over time, and that's more of an art than a science.
Yeah, I understand, but I think, you know, in this respect, we're expecting the school to, you know, put some money, some resources behind this. I think I like the idea of getting the student body involved in you know, helping shift the culture and so on. I think that those are great ideas, but we want to have those programs to have some teeth and make some progress. And I think to do that, it would be good to, you know, have a scientific sort of a approach to it where we're measuring data before and after. I understand that some of this may be long-term, maybe take a couple of years to have the shift, but you know, at the end of the 2 years or 3 years, we want to see the shift. It would be good to measure. I think see what we can and support the school in getting those surveys done, I think is critical. Anyways, there was a comment.
Sorry to interrupt you. We'll have the chance to come back and give comments, more comments.
Yeah. Okay, the second question I had was on the enforcements. So the striping plans will obviously include all the infrastructure improvements that you recommended, including the U-turns and so on. So the enforcements of those U-turns and the parkings, when do you expect that to happen?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
I believe we talked about this on our last conversation about this, right? And I think we need to find out if anything with regard to U-turns is enforceable at this time. I know that a U-turn over a double yellow line is illegal, so that's why we talked about the double yellow lines and the no U-turn signage right now. I can't recall at this moment what the conversation was regarding if that's enforceable now. So that's something that I will make a note to myself to ask Liz about.
Okay. And then the last question, the question I had was on the specifically to do with the rolling drop-off. This time it's proposed on the north side. I mean, it's sorry, on the south side of Jordan, correct? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you? I mean, have you had a chance to understand the traffic pattern? And that's obviously works when you're traveling eastbound on Jordan for the drop-offs. How does that affect traffic, school traffic coming in from the south side of Los Altos? Have you thought about how that would work, and how, you know, especially I'm worried about traffic on Almond, and then how would people come back to the back side of the school to drop off along the south side of Jordan? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I think I do. I think that the idea there is that rolling drop off on the south side of Hardin would be just one of the kind of drop off option locations. So if someone is coming from a direction where they can line themselves up to make that happen, they do that. If they're coming from a different direction, perhaps there's a different drop off location somewhere else. I think we would need more than one.
Okay, so this is just an initial proposal. Are you planning on actually implementing this a temporary drop off to understand what the effect might be, or is it just a proposal at this point?
So the purpose of today's conversation is to talk about all the ideas, to see what we think is a good fit for the context in the school, and to move forward from there. So we're kind of waiting for this conversation to see what we move forward with.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all the questions I had for now.
Commissioner Snyder, go ahead.
So first part of your presentation, you mentioned something about a full walk audit. So I was wondering if that was something that's already happened, if that occurs monthly, or is it something that published so the public can go, or the commission?
Yeah, so a walk audit is a kind of a term that's specific to safe routes to schools planning. And typically what happens during the safe routes to school process is the walk audit is kind of the first, major step. So usually it involves school administrators, it involves a transportation professional, someone like Andrian. Sometimes there's an engineer there as well. And then the parents are invited, the parent, what is it called? The parent committee, parent teacher association, and any member of the, of the school parent population can come and help And usually it's early in the morning. So the idea is that everybody kind of congregates before the drop off happens, like before the peak period. Everybody gets together, everybody kind of brainstorms what are some good locations that we're going to need to observe, what are some of the issues that we already know about, and then everybody gets assigned a location. They get to spread out all around the school. I know that was one thing about this site visit that Andrea and Galen did, was that they kind of just were able to, there are only 2 of them, so they were only able to look at certain areas. The walkout, it would allow people to spread around the whole school, all the way down the street, any kind of problem sites that are known or identified in advance. Do the observation, you observe behavior. So what are people doing? And then come back at the end of the observation and talk about what was seen and map it all out. So put it on a map, and then the planners get to kind of take that back and develop their recommendations out of it. And the recommendations that come out of that are typically both infrastructure and programmatic. And Andrea, feel free to jump in if I've missed anything there.
So it really just happens once?
Yeah, it happens once. And then the list of recommendations is developed as a result of what happens. That
So is that published so that when it would happen next time that we as commission could attend?
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be more than welcome to attend. Also, as a note, this is something that, if not for COVID, would have happened during the Complete Streets master plan process, when we put together all those school infrastructure maps, and they didn't happen. What happened instead was a site visit, and nobody was dropping off or picking up at that time. So all we could look at was the infrastructure. And that was kind of a big, asterisk on the maps that were developed, is that in the future, we'd want to do more of that type of visit and watch the behavior and the drop off.
Okay, thank you.
So what Andrea and Galen did a couple of weeks ago was meant as sort of an interim, just one step in that direction, but the full walk audit that I described was one of their recommendations.
Any other commissioner questions? I am not seeing any, and in the essence of time, I'm just going to move very quickly to public comments. So let's open this up to members of the public, and please raise your hand, and we will give each public speaker 3 minutes to speak. I think there's, depending on your app, different places where you can raise your hand. Some people can push the reactions button and then can get a hand there. Others can click on participants, and then once that window opens, down in the lower left corner is a raise hand button. So I'm going to first call on Lynn. Lynn, you've been waiting patiently. Please go ahead with your 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you all so much. The presentation is really thorough. I appreciate all the information. I have lived on Valencia Drive for close to 12 years, about halfway in between Almond and Jordan. Since the pandemic has allowed people and kids to go back to school, I walk my 2 elementary school children to Almond Elementary School anywhere from 3 to 5 days a week. And we've seen the corner, especially in our direction that we walk, Almond, Valencia to Almond has become, in all honesty, atrocious. We've almost been hit by cars. I've seen a woman get out of her car after cutting someone off, doing a U-turn, slapping the window of another man's car, yelling at him. And I appreciate the multi-pronged approach, and I think that there are a lot of great ideas within that. But my one question comes from just in terms of the high school itself. I don't see any solution on this presentation where the high school parking lot, the major parking lot, where students and faculty, I guess, staff park, but there is 0 drop-off and pickup options within that very, very large parking lot. It even goes so much, the high school even, has an electronic sign on Almond that says there is no drop-off in our parking lot or pickup. Where do you have drop-off? Or Almond, or on Almond. And what I'm wondering is why? Why is that? Why is that not an option to open that up to have as a large U drop off and pickup like we do at Almond Elementary School, to alleviate all those cars piling up on the corner of Valencia or going to the back of Almond? Wouldn't that help the traffic flow? To allow people to have a civilized curb drop off. The student jumps out, the student jumps in. We do it every day, and we've been doing it for the last 7 years at Almond. And I don't understand why the high school doesn't allow that as an option to assist with this chaos that we're seeing in the streets.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Lynn, and for attending our meeting and taking time out from your family to be here. Next public speaker is M. Hutchinson.
Oh, you don't have to answer. You just said it.
Oh, sorry, Vice Principal Rosenberg. I didn't know if you wanted to answer or not, so I didn't want to put you on the spot. But absolutely, please go ahead.
It's appropriate to know if that was the right time to.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and even answer this question, and then you can have another opportunity to speak as well too.
Okay, well, I mean, to answer specifically the question about the no drop off, the main change that's been made is to privilege bike and pedestrian transportation to Los Altos High School. And as you know, the cycle track was a big piece of that. And when we allowed drop off on the campus in the parking lot or the pass through, we ended up with people parking in the no stopping area that's red in front of our campus, which defeats the purpose of the safety of the cycle track. And because what happens is, in addition to people stopping in the cycle track, we create at least 2 opportunities for a car to cross the pathway of a bike going into the parking lot and then back out of the parking lot again. I understand that that's been pushed over to Valencia in some cases. And I think clearly we're not all the way there yet in terms of the behavior changes we want from our parents. But the plan is that we disperse the drop-offs further away. So that's why we're talking about Jardin, why we're talking about the streets behind Jardin, perpendicular to Jardin, and other streets that enter Almond besides Valencia. And I think part of the plan in terms of communicating with neighbors parents going forward might be to discourage drop-off at all on Valencia. This is a question we need to look at more carefully and figure out the communication with our parents. But the reason behind the prohibition on drop-off and pickup on campus has to do with the safety of bikers and pedestrians coming to campus and the prohibition of stopping on Almond Avenue.
Thank you for that. Next public speaker, M. Hutchinson. Please go ahead. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong.
That's all right. Everyone pronounces it Hutchinson. It's not Hutchinson. But my husband and I live on the corner of Almond Avenue and Frederick Court. And so we experience this traffic on a daily basis. I just want to say thank you to all of you for addressing this issue and the commission, because I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments this evening. We appreciate that. Next speaker, Nancy Seaman. Nancy, please go ahead. And if you want to share your screen, you can go ahead and do that.
Yes, thank you. I would like to share my screen.
We can see it.
Can you see it now? Okay, good. Slideshow.
And then you have 3 minutes, Nancy.
Okay, so this is the corner of Almond and Valencia that Lynn was talking about. When we have drop-offs on both sides of the street, it has 4 lanes of cars and there's no place for people to walk or bikes or bicyclists. Okay, so I believe those issues are being helped by some of the modifications to be made this summer and the stripes, what is it, your painting schedule. And please correct me if that's not correct. They were talking about adding a pedestrian zone just in front of my house at 201 Valencia. And double yellow lines. But I thought those double yellow lines should stop at the first intersection. So it's only this block. However, the double line does not need to extend down beyond that on Valencia because there are not issues about the U-turns farther down. The one thing I did not see also was the Los Altos High School issues. We need to, the zone shown in red on the Complete Streets map shows the drop-off zone that has been in place. And as Galen commented, the cycle track is shown in green, now goes across the school. The eastern access is now closed so that that whole green stripe is used for bikes now. And I could see why now that issue of bikes extending beyond the U-turn would be an issue. When construction is complete, bikes coming from the eastern side, which is to the right in this picture, can enter on the first blue arrow on the eastern entrance. Bikes coming from the west can enter on the western entrance. And that area between the two would make an ideal location for drop-offs as is possible. That would open up the southern side of campus to drop-offs. I also put in red dots up on the top where the Jordan rolling drop-off zone might be that was discussed earlier today.
15 seconds, Nancy.
Okay, there are two other options. Other options on campus would be to use the area in the upper area where is now construction zone. That could add to drop-off zone or parking, or replace the staff parking, which would be a goods drop-off zone down on Almond Avenue.
Thank you, Nancy. Time is up. And I would ask you to please email this presentation to our staff. I believe you have their email to Marisa. And if there's additional slides that you weren't able to show the commission, I think she may be able to share those with us, if not right away, at least before the next time this is on the agenda for our meeting. So thank you for speaking.
Thank you very much.
And I don't see any other members of the public with their hand up. And again, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Vice Principal Rosenberg, if you wanted to make any other comments, you're welcome to do so, but not required to.
Well, I do want to again thank the commission for its work on this issue. I think, well, certainly Commissioner Maloof, I think probably all of you know that this is not a new issue. There has been challenges with traffic around the campus forever. It's ebbed and flowed in how intense it's been and perceived to be. I think where we are now is partly the result of progress that we've made, in the sense that we have been implementing some of the sort of programmatic changes that have been suggested. That's not new. We have been encouraging and seeing a significant increase in walking and biking to school. And the shifts that we're trying to make in terms of parent drop-off behavior are causing some of the problems that we're observing. And so I admit that the changes that we've implemented have created additional spillover problems. I think that was anticipated, but now we want to figure out ways to address them as best we can while we continue to foster the culture shift that's been described. That's going to be an ongoing process, but I do think we're making progress. As I said earlier, we have conducted a survey that we just completed today that I think is giving us a lot of good baseline data for where we are right now as we implement these changes. A piece of this that I do think that neither the city nor Los Altos High School is capable of owning right now is the mass transit piece. It is true that students can get free bus passes, and there are a significant number of students who do that, but the bus routes are not always convenient to where students live, and they also pose a major challenge because they don't accommodate students who stay after school for after-school sports. And so we would certainly benefit from easier access to mass transit to school. And there are significant number of students from Mountain View who take advantage of that. There's essentially no transit from anywhere in Los Altos to the school. And so that's a piece that I think would help, but it's kind of out of either our hands.
Thank you very much for your comments and for being our partner on creating solutions for getting everyone to school timely and safely. I'm going to bring it back to the commission now, and first a time check. We are of course running late, but this is an important item, so I would ask commissioners to, I think it's clear that this item will be coming back, so to make succinct comments that sort of get us to the next step, and no need to repeat what a previous commissioner has already stated. We just build upon each other. So who wants to kick us off? Go ahead, Commissioner Katz.
You're
You're on
muted.
mute. Yep.
I have a quick comment and question for Marissa, which is that at the next time that we meet on this subject, which I'm sure will not be too far out in the future, would it be possible to have somebody from the Los Altos Police Department who has something to do with traffic control attend that meeting? I think that's the one organization that I would love to see in attendance, because I think there's a need for some additional involvement on their part here.
Other
Yes,
commissioner
I think that's a
feedback?
great idea.
Nadeem?
So first, let me just say thank you to all of you. And look, we love the high school. Both our kids went to the high school, and we'll just love that place. And I want to applaud the collaboration between Mr. Rosenberg and you, Marissa, and the rest of the team. But what I want to do tonight is really push you a lot more than I did before. I don't get a sense of urgency today in that presentation. I also get a sense of conjecture, that wishful thinking that somehow if we do this, happy things will happen. Behavioral change doesn't happen easily, especially when people go down a lousy path. It's really hard to reverse that. And I've seen a lot of good ideas in terms of carrots. I don't know where the stick is. I haven't seen anything about where the stick is going to be. And I think I expect to sort of see quantifications from the surveys, but I don't know what the impact's going to be. And so I want to push you to consider different tiers of activities and actions. So as you implement the encouragement methods, the carrots for people to change behavior, put some tiers. If you achieve 10% reduction in traffic, great. What will be the next set of actions to take you to the next 10%? And the next set of actions to the next 10%. That is a roadmap that we can look at for the next 2 years and sort of say, yeah, we now have milestones that we can achieve along the way. Right now, it feels to me like wishful thinking. The second thing is, first thing tomorrow morning, Marissa, I think we should get the one cruiser to sit on Almond, another cruiser to sit on Jarden. And let's see how many tickets we can give out and see what happens to the behavior, because some behavior is just absolutely inexcusable. Inexcusable. And let's see what happens to the folks, to the parents. But ultimately, the long-term question is, how do we reduce the number of cars, period? And I don't see a path to that point yet. And I think we as a community need to see a path. I know it's not going to happen overnight. It may take a year or 2 or 3, but we need to see a path to that point. And then what are the various elements that need to get introduced over that time period to get the folks to reduce the number of vehicles? And the last thing is, I think I heard spread out the dropout over bigger geography. I'm going to challenge you on that. Why don't you think about the dropout over a longer period of time? We now have 1,000 vehicles over 20 minutes. What if we spread that over 40 minutes? Stagger the courses, look at the surveys in such a way that you understand what the student behavior is and what time do they start their classes, and stagger these things in a way that now we divide that dropout over 45 minutes instead of 25 minutes. So these are the things that I want to encourage you to think about and come back and tell us how the impact will be over the next, not just the next fall, but over the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners who want to give feedback here? I'm not seeing anyone else, so I will try to brief myself. Just in the big picture, some of the things that I was asking about that need answers to is, where's the enforcement plan? You've heard this from everyone, but there needs to be a plan. What is the big picture plan for the actual vehicle drop-off? Because right now there isn't one. There will be vehicles. We're going to try to reduce how many, but there needs to be a plan for where we want them to go, even if it's more than one place. And procedurally, how are they going to execute that? The next thing that I see missing is, what's the plan for where students are recommended to enter campus, walkers, bicyclists, people who are dropped off, based upon where they're coming from? I think that's really important, because what I was reading in Andrian's report is that we have some students coming from this way and then going way around to Almond to get into campus. And I'm wondering if that's also just a lot of crisscross too. So if we have a plan where the cars are supposed to go and where the kids are supposed to go, and then we sort of design safety around that. I think the other thing that I'm curious is, I don't want to prematurely, sign up for anything. I think Nancy was, and maybe Marissa, you can comment on this, because I'm not sure we answered Nancy's question on the timeline about striping and things, near her, is, what, this will probably be done in stages, but what is the timeline deadline to meet that first batch of striping improvements that you're planning for the city?
The signage and striping will be part of the citywide signage and striping program project, which is being done immediately after the citywide resurfacing project. So that's kind of the common standard course of action. You resurface the streets and then you stripe them. And if you're going to stripe anything else in the city, that's a great time to put everything all together for efficiency and cost savings. So that is scheduled for the summer, both the resurfacing and the restriping.
And when do you need finalized plans for that? Like, when would there need to be, if we're doing anything for this summer around the high school, as a phase one, when do you need that finalized by from us?
Probably in the next month or so.
Okay. And are you planning to bring this item back to us next month? Are you ready to do that, given we're talking about walk audits and other things?
Are you referring to the Los Altos High item or the signage and striping item?
Well, the Los Altos High aspect of the signage and striping that you want to do this summer.
Yes, I think that should come back next time, unless I know we talked about it last time, and I think we got to a pretty good place actually in terms of what we had talked about. And so I think we can put together a plan and bring it back next month.
And the final thing is around getting student and PTA input. I think the walk audits are good, but I think, and the survey as well, we look forward to the results from Vice Principal Rosenberg. I think there may be other opportunities to get input as well. Now, I'm going to just take a brief pause, and I know Nadeem asked about what other high schools are doing, and I'm going to say a little bit. My son goes to Homestead High School, to say a little bit about that. There's around the same or a little bit more students that go there, and there's certainly nightmares. But when my son was in elementary school, I participated as a volunteer in an audit. And that audit wasn't a walk audit with a small group of people. I think that was perhaps done as well, but it was Alta was involved and community volunteers were involved. There were maps in multiple locations at the entrances to school. And it was also done at lunchtime, where students could come to the map and come to the volunteer to talk with them and mark on the map where their challenges are, whether they're biking, walking, coming by bus, or getting dropped off somewhere. And then the end mile of, the end feet distance of walking and biking and what the challenges are. That was a really good way to gather very specific feedback from a large group of people. And I think that then moved forward, and some of that data that came in from that is the city applied for a VERBS grant and got a VERBS grant to make improvements around that high school, infrastructure improvements, because they start costing a lot more than just a little signing and striping. The next thing that I was going to say is there is a designated vehicle drop-off location over there. And Vice Principal Brosenberg may not want to hear this, but every morning we see the principal, the vice principal, and the dean standing out there, making sure that that thing is moving efficiently and they are directing cars themselves. But having some sort of designated drop-off spot or spots, wherever it is, seems to make sense for us to handle and procedure to handle the volumes. The next thing is enforcement. The sheriff's department, who is the policing agency for Cupertino, is present all the time. And they are not the friendly Los Altos, give you a warning and send you on your way. They are write you a ticket and you put your money on the table. And that is very, very, very effective. And then there's a staggered start time at Homestead High School. Not all the kids start at the same time. That's changing next school year, and I'm having nightmares already about that, but staggered start times are beautiful for dispersing arrivals and departures. And the other thing that I find at Homestead High School, nothing is ever perfect, but there are clear pathways for bicyclists coming to campus. Kids coming from this end go in this way. Kids coming from this end enter that way for the bikes, and they try to keep the bikes away from where the vehicle drop-off points are. And that has also been really helpful as well. VTA provides a bus, particularly a lot of kids from the Sunnyvale side near El Camino come fill up the bus and come to school. That's been helpful as well to take some vehicles off the road. And I think at the bottom line, in the end of the day, we all have to be realistic in what we're going to accomplish. I love what Nadeem has suggested is our goal, tiering them, do 10% of this, and then what do we have to do to get the next 10%? Because the reality is, and we're all going to have to face this, we're going to improve it, but we're never going to make it perfect. And from what I'm seeing over at Homestead High School, it's we can improve, but there will just always be a set of when you have that many people arriving at one place at the very same time with a hard bell start and you get a tardy if you're not there, there will be some challenges. But I like the roadmap of phased improvements and challenging ourselves. So that's what I have to say with this item. It sounds like you might have it back next month as part of striping and signing improvement. And then whenever you're ready to bring it back thereafter, I think we need to keep working on this item in the bigger picture. So I'm going to take a time. It's 8:06. We're running late, but these were important items. Let's have a 10-minute break. Let's resume at 8:16. And then hopefully with our remaining items, we can just move the pace along really fast because those are in our informational update section. So thanks everyone, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Be on time, please. Thanks. It's 8:16. I would ask commissioners to rejoin the meeting. Thank you, Commissioner Malouf, for being on time. Anyone else, if you're there, can you just raise your blue hand or turn your video so I know you're back? As soon as we have quorum, we will start. I see we have quorum, so let's go straight into agenda item. We were changing the order. Is that still correct? Marissa, to start with the education and encouragement item?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Andrian, you are, and Marissa, you might have an introduction first before we turn it over to Andrian.
Let's see. So this was a update that was requested by a commissioner at a recent meeting. This is an update on the education and encouragement component of the Safe Routes to School program that Alta Planning and Design and Andriana have been working on for us. And so there are a number of updates to share regarding the EE program. So Andréane will give us an update on those.
And I forgot my time status thing. We had scheduled this item for 20 minutes, so just to give everyone a sense of how long we were estimating this would take.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the last Safe House School, well, EE program updates was in August. So this is to show you what was accomplished during the school year so far. So I'll go through the completed activity, what's in progress, and what's coming in the spring. So mostly in April and and in May. So during the fall, we worked on the design of the Drive Safely neighborhood yard signs to have safety campaigns in Los Altos. So in February, we distributed, and February through April, we distributed 500 signs throughout the city with the help of 5 schools, and we got requests for more signs. So the slogan was in Los Altos, we slow down for each other, and we got good feedback from the schools and the parents in the community for these signs. So the maps show the distribution based on interest form we distributed when we began this project. So we developed a Safe House to School. Well, we developed some materials for community members, parents, or school staff who would like to be involved in Safe House to School. So this is the Safe House to School toolkit. It includes event guide, templates, newsletter languages. So for anyone who would like to start an encouragement activities at their school, that's kind of a how-to guide. We conducted student hand tallies, well, encourages all the schools in Los Altos to conduct student hand tallies and distribute parent and caregiver surveys. So for the hand tallies, we had 7 elementary and middle schools participating in both Los Altos School District and Cupertino Union School District. So over, when it says over 4,500 trips is for morning and afternoon trips. So the tallies are conducted in classroom by the teachers, and they collect the data for a 2-day period. And the responses for the parent and caregiver surveys were well, kind of low for the 7 schools. So just wanted to add that the toolkit and the evaluation reports that has more details on the result, the data collected with the tallies and the surveys are available online on the Safe House School webpage. These 2 project items are still, well, in progress. So the bicycle and pedestrian safety curriculum, that was the main topic of the presentation, I believe, in August. So we worked with Los Altos School District to develop a pedestrian and bicycle safety curriculum for PE classes. We worked with PE teachers. It was supposed to be tested in January, but due to COVID, it was postponed, and it may happen in May. So we had at the time 7 PE teachers interested in piloting the curriculum in their classroom. And there was a Safe House to School advisory committee in place. We had 2 meetings, one in September, one in March. It has representatives from the school districts. So Los Altos School District, Cupertino Union School District. We have Los Altos, well, the high schools that are in different school districts. So Los Altos High, Monte Vista, Homestead. Complete Street commissioners are also in this committee, and Greentown Los Altos attends as well. These are the spring events. So if you remember, this was showed in the menu of activities for the school years, for this school year. So we launched mid-April bike month video contest. So for all the students in Los Altos, all the schools that serve Los Altos, so in all the school districts. So the idea is to have submission short videos where students tell us more why they like to bike and wheel, walk and wheel in their community. There's a Crossing Guard Appreciation Week coming soon. So far we have 6 schools that are participating and requested giant thank you cards to have their classroom or the whole school signed for their crossing guards. And coming in May, a school administration survey and student survey. So as it was mentioned in the previous point on Los Altos High, the student survey was already distributed in Los Altos High, and it's has to be distributed in other schools. So in May, I got feedback from the advisory committee about these 2 surveys, and they are a good way to collect data and see how we can improve the progress, the program for next school year. Also coming in May, well, May is Bike Month. So there's a family bike ride we'd like to organize the weekend of May 21st and 22nd. It's in collaboration with Greentown Los Altos. We are very lucky to have them participating. They have lots of experience organizing bike rides. So there's different loops that will be promote. Families will be able to go on their own, explore and test these routes, or we hope to have also led bike ride. We have also the participation of the park and recreation department that will help with registration for this event. Back to Wherever Day. So it's, well, with in the past, the Complete Suit Commission hosted the Energizer Station for this event in May as well. It's organized by the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. So this year we have again the Complete Suit Commissioners and Greentown Los Altos helping to host an Energizer Station in Los Altos, and it will be in conjunction with the family bike ride. These will be promoted the same weekend. Yeah, so that was the updates for the program. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. I think what we'll do now is open it up for commissioner questions and comments at the same time. Let's keep it brief, and then after that, we'll open it up for public comment. So who would like to go first? Anyone have any questions? I don't have everybody in the same video pane, so use your blue hand or shout out too. I don't see anyone with their hand up, so either I've missed you, so please shout out, or otherwise you did a great presentation, Andreon. I do have one question for commissioners. Do you want to receive this update again in the fall, like at our meeting in October, sort of after a couple months after the school year started, to kind of get a sense of what's going on, or do you want to wait a whole nother year till next spring? Vice Chair, I see your hand up. You're on mute.
Well, I just have one question. Was there any significant feedback that you received from the school administration as to the curriculum and how and when it will be implemented?
So You sounded a bit low for me, but I understood what was the feedback we got from the school administration. So
On the curriculum, Andrea.
on the curriculum, yeah. So we work closely at the school district level. So it's the school district who kind of represent the elementary schools, well, Los Altos School District, and they met with their PE teachers. They show the outline and topics of the curriculum. So the PE teachers, they requested some materials. For example, they asked for mini cars and materials that would help them to distribute the curriculum. They also made some comments about lessons and having lessons that are age appropriate, because some of the lessons they feel for fifth graders, for example, it was already a bit young. So that's the kind of feedback we got, and they wanted to test it during 2 assemblies. So we developed the curriculum to have the flexibility to be delivered both like in a regular 30-minute class or during longer assemblies with more students, so with station.
We can't hear you, Suresh.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit. Yeah.
I'm trying to get close to the mic for some reason. I'm having some trouble. The other question I had was, do the PE instructors and so on, have you talked about, making them certified for instruction and so on? Is there something that you can do to more support the school? And so, what would that take?
That's a good question. So it was not part of the discussion whether they should be certified for this.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
I think that's a good question, Andrea, that Suresh asked. So good item to next time when we meet with the school to follow up on.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions, and nobody answered the question I raised. So if nobody has any comments on that, then maybe
I'm fine with once a year. I think along the way it would be great to get some kind of quantification. I still struggle with the impact of all the work that we do. I think you're doing a lot of good work, but I can't connect the effort with the outcome. If you can come back and tell me here's the outcome, it would be very beneficial.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Good. So I think, Suresh, your hand is probably left up from, yeah, perfect. So let's close this item out then, and let's move on to our out of order item number 6, which is the attorney update. This item we had scheduled for 45 minutes, so it's now 8:30, I'm going to say. And so we're targeting to finish this item at 9:15. That's our estimate.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair. My name is Eric Ramo-Christian. I work with the city attorney at Berliner Cohen, and I was asked to give a presentation to you tonight about some of the, I called it state housing law, but actually I threw in a section about federal constitutional law too. But this is about some of the laws that constrain the city's land use authority. We get a lot of questions about, especially new state housing laws and how they work and how they constrain the city's authority. And so I was asked to give kind of a summary presentation to your commission to help you understand them. What I'm going to go through tonight, just to give you a high level overview first, is I'm going to have 3 different topics: the Permit Streamlining Act, Objective Standards, and the Housing Accountability Act. And the theme there is the Permit Streamlining Act is about the application phase. Objective standards are about processing of applications by staff, and the Housing Accountability Act is about the actual approval of projects by the decision makers. And then I'm going to segue into some other topics. And so I'll just get started now. And if you have burning questions, you can ask them along the way, but it would be helpful given the time constraint if you could try to keep those toward the end. And with that, I'll begin.
We'll aim to hold our questions to the end.
Okay, all right. So I mentioned that the first three topics deal with the application process, the processing of applications, and the approval process. And so when we're talking about, one of the many laws I'm going to talk about is the Permit Streamlining Act, and that is the law in California that governs the application process. And I'm actually going to go through this slide backwards and start with the formal application phase first, and then talk about the preliminary application phase after that. So the formal application phase applies to all types of development projects, whether they're housing or commercial or whatnot. And the goal of the Permit Streamlining Act is to make the application phase of the planning process as quick and efficient as possible. The planning process, again, it works in three phases. First, the applicant gets their application on file, then staff processes it, then it goes to the approval authority for final approval or denial. And long ago, the state adopted the Permit Streamlining Act, and it's been amended many times, most recently by SB 330, to try to make it a more efficient process. This is often the phase at which applications get delayed the most by some local agencies. And the goal of the legislature is to make that part of the process quick and efficient. And so the process as it's supposed to work is fairly elegant. The Permit Streamlining Act says that we have to have an application checklist that's published on our website that says, here are the things you need to give us to get a complete application on file. When we talk about completeness, we're just talking about you have given us, applicant, all of the materials we need so that we can begin to process your application. So the Act says that there needs to be a checklist that's posted online that lists everything we require to have a, quote, complete application. The applicant provides the things on that checklist, and then staff is to review what the applicant provided against the checklist. And if everything that's on the checklist is in the application, then the application is complete. We can now begin to process the application. We've made no judgments on the application. We've just accepted it for processing. If the application is missing something, then staff is to send a letter within 30 days to the applicant saying, here are the things that you're missing. You need to give them to us. And that first letter has to be complete and exhaustive. If there's anything that's not in that initial letter, it can't be asked for later. And that's to build an efficiency into the process. So that first and complete letter is important. Why this law matters to you as the Complete Streets Commission is that I know that you are looking for certain information to come in with applications for projects. If you want things to be included in project applications, then that needs to be articulated so that it can be included in the city's application checklist. Because if it's not on the application checklist, we can't ask for it. And so that's why I wanted to talk about this law to you and why it's relevant to you. Now, more recently with SB 330, for housing development projects only, a preliminary application process has been added onto this. So before an applicant for a housing development project submits a formal application, they have the option now under state law to submit a preliminary application. And the state law provides the checklist for the preliminary application. If the applicant provides that preliminary applications, the applicant locks in for a period of approximately 30 months. It's more complicated than that, but for our purposes, 30 months. The rules and regulations that the city has in place at that time. And that's what we're bound to apply to their development project. The city isn't required to do anything with the preliminary application. We can't require the applicant to provide it. We can't require them to wait to provide their formal application after they provided that preliminary application. But we do try to take advantage of that and encourage applicants to schedule meetings, including before your commission, before they submit the formal application, so that we can give applicants feedback on their project so that when they submit their formal application, they know what we're looking for. And the goal is to sort of speed up that process so that they know exactly what we want before they submit. But that's an entirely voluntary process that applicants don't have to agree to. So that's the Permit Streamlining Act. That's the application phase, and that's kind of a summary of why this act is relevant to you. Processing of the application. During the application processing, staff is comparing the project against any objective standards the city has. Because when I talk about the Housing Accountability Act, objective standards matter. When I'm talking about objective standards, I want to be clear about 2 points. One is that I'm not just talking about objective design standards. Recently, the city went through a process of adopting objective design standards. Design standards are a type of objective standard, but when I'm talking about objective standard, I'm talking about any standard the city has of any kind or nature, whether it's design, a subdivision standard, a zoning standard, anything, a transportation standard that meets the definition of objective. Objective means a standard that involves no personal or subjective judgment by a public official, and that's uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by the development applicant or proponent and the public official. So the sort of quintessential objective standard is a height standard. If the height standard is 45 feet, there's no question about whether a project meets the height standard or not. We can take out our ruler, we all can measure it, we all agree. The sort of quintessential subjective standard is consistency with community character. Every single person in a room can have a different idea of what community character means and whether a project is consistent with it. So again, once the application is received, at the processing stage, staff is comparing it to objective standards. And this is what we mean when we talk about objective standards. And that's important, especially for housing development projects. Because under the Housing Accountability Act, if a project complies with all of the city's objective standards, and again, I'm not just talking about objective design standards, then the project must be approved at the density proposed by the applicant, unless the city can make certain, we call them health and safety super findings. This super finding is, we call it that because it's a difficult finding to make. And in fact, the statute actually says local agencies should rarely or ever be able to make this finding. So unless we can make that health or safety super finding, if a project complies with objective standards, it has to be approved at the density proposed. Now, there are some caveats on that I'll get to at the next slide. One big caveat that I'll mention here is if the project is subject to CEQA, that's sort of an exception to the you can't lower the density or deny the project, because if you still have to comply with CEQA. If CEQA mitigation is required, that might, for example, lower the density, you still have to comply with CEQA. You can't get around that as an agency. So under the Housing Accountability Act, if the project complies with objective standards, generally speaking, it has to be approved at the density proposed. It can be conditioned in other ways, though, by the local agency. The applicant is not entitled to the housing development project they want. They're just entitled to a housing development project at the density proposed. The city can condition the project in other ways that don't have the effect of denying the project or of denying or of lowering the density. So requiring minor changes may be appropriate, but requiring wholesale changes that affect bulk and mass typically would not be allowed, because that would affect density. I will say, though, that the density bonus law comes in, and if something has been requested as a waiver, then now we lose our discretion to deny, to condition projects in certain ways. We may be required to grant the waiver. So you don't have discretion to deny, you do have discretion to condition. Unless it has the effect of denying a waiver, then you don't have discretion anymore. So it's very limited discretion when it comes to housing development projects under the Housing Accountability Act. And that can be troubling, because if decision makers have been empowered to make a decision, but then not really, I think it's confusing for decision makers and communities sometimes to understand what their role is with all these limitations on discretion. So I've talked about application processing, the approval phase, and I ended talking about the Housing Accountability Act, talking about conditions of approval and what you can and can't do in terms of conditions of approval. I'm going to pivot now, staying on the topic of conditions of approval, but but still pivoting quite a bit. I want to talk about some other limitations, and this isn't state law. This is federal law, constitutional limitations on your ability to impose conditions of approval. And I think the reason I'm interjecting this topic into what it was supposed to be a presentation about state housing law is because in dealing with the transportation world, streets and sidewalks, you deal all the time with what are called exactions, conditions of approval that require the applicant to dedicate property or build something or pay something. And even without state housing law, the US Constitution puts some significant limitations on your ability to impose those kinds of exactions. And I really want you to understand that concept. The concept that I'm talking about is called nexus and proportionality. And I think as we go through some examples that I have here, you'll realize it's actually a very simple concept. So the first thing I want to talk about is nexus. So in order to impose a condition of approval, there has to be a nexus between the impacts that the project that's before you is going to impose on the community and the condition that you're asking the applicant to comply with. There needs to be some nexus between those two things. So the question that you have to ask yourself, if you want to impose a condition, the first question you have to ask is, does this condition relate to some burden the project may have on the community? You can't ask the project applicant to do things that are nice for the community just because it would be nice. There has to be some connection to a burden the project is imposing on the community. So let's look at an example, and I'll ask for a little audience participation here at the end of my example. So in this example, Jane and John Housing Developers Incorporated want to demolish a shopping center in Anytown, California, and they want to put a housing development project in its place. The developer needs a subdivision map and a design review permit. The shopping center that's there generates 200 vehicle trips per day. I realize that's a completely unrealistic number, but I'm not good with math, so I'm keeping it simple. The shopping center generates 200 vehicle trips per day. The housing development that's going to replace it will only generate 175 vehicle trips per day. So we have a net loss of 25 vehicle trips per day. As a condition of project approval, the City Council wants to require Jane and John to fund a crosstown bike path to address the project's traffic impacts. So, feel free to jump in or shout out. Is there a nexus between the project and the requirement to build a bike path? Any thoughts?
No, we can't require this.
Yeah, because we're actually going down in terms of vehicle trips. So to require, traffic mitigation on this scale, there's no nexus. The project is actually having a positive impact on traffic based on this information alone. Same facts, but now assume it's reverse. Now assume that the project will produce more vehicle trips per day. So now we do have a traffic impact. Forget about the topic I'll be talking about next, which is proportionality. Just focus on nexus. Is there some impact the project is going to have on the community that traffic mitigation could address if the project is going to produce more vehicle trips? Is there a nexus now?
There's the 25 vehicles.
Right, so there's some nexus. Okay, so they're creating 25 new vehicle trips per day in Anytown, and so traffic mitigation might be appropriate. There's at least a nexus. But to segue into my next topic of proportionality, they're generating 25 new vehicle trips, and we're asking them to fund a crosstown bike path, which is a huge public works project. So that segues into proportionality. And I didn't make up these facts. The leading US Supreme Court case about proportionality is roughly based on that very fact pattern I just gave you. Nexus alone is not enough to pass constitutional muster. Just because a project will have some impact on the community that a condition of approval is designed to address doesn't mean you can impose the condition. The condition of approval must also be proportional. So the question you have to ask, question number 2, is the condition proportional to the proposed project's anticipated impacts? Or instead, is the applicant being asked to address impacts caused by the public generally? So this is the the second fact pattern I just gave you again. We have some net traffic impact on the community, and the city council wants to require the developer to build a crosstown bike path. And we said there was some nexus, but is that proportional, or are we asking the applicant to do more than their fair share?
Well, I mean, proportionality is a tricky question. So what if we basically say, look, you guys will fund half a mile of that bike path, and every other developer will fund the next half mile? Would that work?
Possibly, if we could show, you sort of read my future slides here. So very good. If we could show that that half mile is proportional to their impact, if we could show that there's a nexus between their 25 trips and the cost of that half mile, even that half mile is probably a little bit too much, but you're thinking along the right lines. And this is where lawyers bring in engineers who can figure out what somebody's fair share is to help solve that very problem that Nadim just proposed a solution to. So we can make the condition proportional by requiring the applicant to pay a fair share. So we can do an impact, instead of requiring the applicant to build the trail, we can do an impact mitigation fee where everybody who's going to have traffic impacts pays a fee. And when we add up everybody's fee, now we have money to build the bike path. And there are various ways that we can calculate that, and this is where we're getting out of the realm of expertise of lawyers and getting into the realm of expertise of experts. But we can make sure that everybody is paying a fee based upon the number of vehicle trips they're actually producing. And we'd also want to show that the crosstown bike path is actually going to reduce traffic consistent with the number of trips that we're trying to cut in our program here. So there needs to be nexus, there needs to be proportionality, and there are ways of making sure that things are proportional and that developers only pay their fair share. Another creative solution is find the developer provides the improvement, but the city pays all but the developer's fair share. And we get into other issues like public works, prevailing wage issues, but that's another way it can be dealt with. The point is, each development should only pay its fair share of things like this. Okay, so now I'm going to pivot again and move on to another topic. Another law, completely moving off of conditions of approval, that has been adopted recently in California that has limited local land use authority when it comes to housing development is SB 330. And SB 330 is a long and complicated law that deals with many, many different things. And I just want to talk about 3 topics that might be of interest to you. One is the way that SB 330 limits our ability to limit intensity of housing development. The fact that SB 330 has imposed a moratoria on moratoria, it has prevented us from imposing moratoria on housing development, and it also imposes a 5 hearing rule on the approval process, which has very significant implications for you, as I think you already know. So to go through those 3 topics one by one. So until 2030, under SB 330, the city cannot enact a development policy, standard, or condition that would reduce the intensity of land use on a parcel. And here I'm talking about for housing development. And intensity, we're not just talking about things that reduce density. We're talking about things that reduce height, density, floor area ratio, new open space requirements, new lot size requirements, new setbacks, new frontage requirements. So we can continue to impose any limitations on intensity that we had as of 2018, but we cannot come up with new limitations on intensity for development of residential parcels until 2030. That's significant. It's significant for you because some of the types of conditions of approval that you might want to impose to improve traffic conditions, et cetera, might limit intensity. We can't have moratoria on housing development. That is, maybe more straightforward. We have a housing crisis, so no community should be saying no more housing in our community or any part of our community. Every community in California has to do its fair share to help solve the housing crisis by producing housing units. That seems simple and straightforward. The actual language of the statute is no moratoria or similar restriction. And the Attorney General recently has been adopting a broad interpretation of similar restriction. And so cities that have been taking a hard line against SB 9, the Attorney General has been coming in and saying, well, that's a moratorium or similar restriction. You can't do that. But that's another limitation that SB 330 imposes on our land use authority. And the last thing is, the main goal of SB 330, there is a housing crisis in California. We have more people who want to live here than we have housing units. It's contributing to our homelessness problem. I think that's all well documented. There's various reasons why that's true. There is a perception, at least in the legislature, that the land use development process in cities especially takes too long. And the legislature perceives that as being a major constraint in housing development. And so the goal of SB 330 is, and a lot of these laws I'm talking about, is to speed up that process and make it more certain for developers to encourage development. And so as part of that, SB 330 imposed a 5-hearing rule. So from the time the application is deemed complete, so going back to our discussion on the Permit Streamlining Act, the city can hold only 5 hearings on the project. That includes not only hearings before city council and commissions like yours, it includes community meetings if they're sponsored by the city, and it includes appeals. So if, let's say that planning commission were the final approval authority for a project and somebody appealed it to council, we have to reserve a meeting for that appeal. It also includes continuances. So if you hear a project over 2 or 3 different meetings, that counts as 2 or 3 meetings towards the 5-hearing rule. Because of this, as you know, we've started combining commission meetings, so you have met at times with the Planning Commission, and we've discouraged at times continuances to try to make sure that we can meet this 5-hearing rule. So those are some of the limitations imposed by SB 330. I'm going to pivot again, and I'm sorry for all the pivoting, but there's a lot to talk about. And I want to talk about the density bonus law. The density bonus law is not a new law, but it's been amended significantly in recent years. And it says that if a project, if an applicant proposes an affordable component to a housing development project, that the applicant gets certain benefits. I think the name of the law is a misnomer because we call it the density bonus law, but there's really 4 different kinds of benefits that applicants get, and only one of those is an increase in density. And the applicant doesn't have to take the increase in density. They can take any of the 4 benefits they're entitled to without taking any of the rest. So they can build at the density they'd otherwise be allowed, but still ask for concessions, waivers, and parking reductions. And so in that sense, think of density bonus law as being more than just a density bonus. Okay. So I said that if the applicant includes an affordable component, they get 4 benefits. And one is, of course, as you know, an increase in the allowable density. Another benefit that the applicant gets is concessions. Now, the statute uses the term incentive or concession. I always just call these concessions, and the reason I do that is because I think it's extremely confusing to use a compound term to describe something. It creates confusion that an incentive and a concession are 2 different things. It sort of introduces more terms into our vocabulary than we need, and I find that really unhelpful. An incentive or concession is all one thing. It's the same thing. So if we just try to call them concessions, it avoids a lot of confusion in my experience. A concession is an exception from a city regulation. It is usually an exception from a design regulation, so height, setbacks, things of that nature, but it doesn't have to be. It could be an exception from a wide variety of city regulations that otherwise apply to the project. The applicant is entitled to a certain number of concessions depending upon the level of affordability they're providing. So it might be 1, 2, 3, or 4 concessions, depending upon the amount and the level of affordability provided. This is what makes concessions unique from waivers, which I'll talk about next. In a lot of ways, concessions and waivers can be very similar. What makes them different is you only get a certain number of concessions. And the basis on which they're granted is we're looking to see that the concession has a cost savings for affordable housing. What the legislature has told us is that you cities should make exceptions to your regulations when applicants ask for them in ways that either produce more revenue for the project or cut the cost of building it as a way of subsidizing the affordable units. So this is a way that we can get more affordable housing constructed in our communities without taxpayers paying for them. We are subsidizing them not by giving developers money, but by making exceptions to our rules. And so that is the standard for a concession. And what's a little bit confusing about this is that it's our burden as the city to prove that there isn't a cost savings for affordable housing. It's not the applicant's burden to prove that there is. We can ask them for information to help us make that finding, but it really is our burden to show, no, there is no cost savings for affordable housing. That's one basis, if we can show that, on which to deny a concession. We can also make health or safety super findings, or if the concession would require an exception to state or federal law, which we cannot grant, then the concession could be denied. But the presumption is if the applicant asks for it, they will get it, and they get a certain number. The next type of benefit that developers can get under the density bonus law is a waiver. This is very similar to a concession because, like I said, concessions are usually exceptions to design standards. Waivers are always exceptions to design standards. A key difference, though, is number one, two key differences are that number one, the applicant is entitled to an unlimited number of waivers. Concessions, you only get a certain number. The other difference is now we're not asking about cost savings. We're asking about whether the standard that the applicant is seeking an exception to physically precludes their project. So now we're looking at physical issues. I'm going to give you the fact pattern in two key waiver cases that the California Courts of Appeal have decided that shed light on how that standard works and have has created a standard. The standard that's come out of those cases is a standard that pretty much makes it very difficult to deny waiver requests when they're made. So both of these cases involve courtyards. So the first case I'm going to talk about is older. It comes out of Berkeley, and it's the Woolmer decision. And in Woolmer, an applicant wanted to build a housing development project, and the applicant sought a waiver from the city's Berkeley's height requirements. They wanted to build up higher than allowed in order to fit the units they were entitled to build with their density bonus. And a member of the community, and the city granted the waiver. And a member of the community said, well, they're building this huge courtyard in the middle of their project. And if they weren't taking up all that space with the courtyard, they wouldn't need that extra floor. So the height standard did not physically preclude their project. They could have redesigned their project. The Court of Appeal said, no, that's not true. Their project was the project they proposed, not some hypothetical project without the courtyard. Their project with the courtyard would have been physically precluded if the city had not granted a waiver to the height standard. So, you cannot make people redesign projects to get rid of amenities as a basis for denying a waiver. It wasn't clear from the Woolmer decision how far that rule goes. I mean, the rule sort of suggests I, the developer, can design what I want with the number of units I'm allowed to build. And it sort of presupposes I can just ignore the rules, because if there's any rule that prevents that project that I want to build, then you have to grant me a waiver. But the language of the case kind of left room open for maybe, well, that courtyard served the housing development project. It was a substantial, important amenity that was critical to the housing development project. Maybe there's limits on that. The Bankers Hill decision came out of San Diego very recently, within the last year. And in that case, it was also a courtyard case. That one, the facts were a little bit different, though. In that case, a church had a large ground that was an amenity for the church that it didn't really want anymore. It wanted to sell that to generate revenue to keep the church going. And so they sold it to a housing developer. And one of the conditions of the sale was that the housing development project would have a substantial courtyard in the middle of the project that the church could continue to use for outdoor functions. And because of that substantial courtyard, that housing development project had to be fairly high, fairly tall. And in that case, members of the community wanted to challenge the limits of Wilmer and say, well, that courtyard is huge, and it's not even really necessarily there to serve the housing development project. It's there to serve the seller of the land. Surely there must be some limitations on Wilmer. And the court said in no uncertain terms, no, that's not correct. The project that the applicant wants to develop includes all the amenities that the applicant wants to include. And if a standard physically precludes that project that the developer wants to develop, then the standard has to be waived. So that's where things stand right now. Are there any limits on that rule? We don't know yet. The last thing I want to talk about with respect to density bonus, and the last thing overall, is particularly relevant to you. The fourth benefit that a developer gets is a parking reduction. So the developer gets the better of whatever the city's parking ratio requirement is, or the ratio in the statute, which has been changed recently. So it's 1 on-site space for a 1-bedroom unit, 1.5 for 2 or 3, and 2.5 for larger units. There are special parking reductions for certain types of projects that in some cases prevent us from requiring any parking at all for the project. And I'll talk about what those standards are in a minute. What we often hear as lawyers is, well, it's unreasonable not to require any parking. Of course, people will have cars and we don't have enough parking on our streets. How can state law require that? Well, I don't know, but it does. That's really all I can say to that. I will say, however, that there is a provision in the density bonus law at 65915P8 of the government code that says that we can do a citywide parking study. And if we can demonstrate clearly through a credible study that we have a shortage of on-street parking spaces, we can require more than those special minimums under the density bonus law. So that is one thing that I do want to make you aware of. So barring having that, what are those special requirements? So no parking can be required for certain 100% affordable projects that are affordable. So all of the units except for managers' units are affordable to lower income households. So those that make 80% or less of area median income. If the projects have unobstructed access to major transit stops within 1/2 mile of the project sites. Or if the project is for people age 62 and older and it's served by paratransit service or has unobstructed access to any public transit. Or essentially same criteria and it's special needs housing. Or it's supportive housing. So special needs housing is for people with disabilities that might be able to take advantage of paratransit services, for example. Supportive housing, we're looking at people who were formerly homeless and have been housed, and we're providing them supportive services at the housing development project. That's sort of the short definition of what supportive means. So if it's a 100% affordable project and it meets any of these 4 criteria, then barring the agency-wide traffic study, we can't require any parking at all. I will say most developers want to include some parking, though, of their own choosing. We can require a half space per unit for these types of projects if they are within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, and at least 11% of the units are for very low income, 20% are for low income, or 40% are for moderate income. I want to talk about what a major transit stop is too. The only major transit stops, we're looking at train stations, we're looking at light rail stations, we're looking at ferry stops, but we're also looking at any bus stop where there are 15-minute headways for bus service, and where you have at least 2 bus lines stopping at that bus stop. In Los Altos, that would be typically along El Camino Real. There's some controversy in that where we would typically have bus stops with 2 bus lines that meet these requirements. They're going to be the 522 and the 22, which basically go in the same direction, but one's express and one's not. There is a school of thought that that isn't really 2 separate stops, but that's not how the state views it. And we would sort of be wise in wanting to avoid litigation to follow the state's interpretation of that. And that's my presentation. So I would be happy to take questions.
So thank you, Eric, for this presentation and taking the time to come to our commission. Really appreciate that, and delivering in a very engaging way a dense set of material. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Maloof.
Thank you, Eric. That was fantastic. A couple of questions for you. Back to the definition of a major transit stop. I mean, what happens if, let's say, you build something and then VTA decides to eliminate some routes? And let's say, I mean, in particular, I'm thinking about San Antonio. San Antonio is sort of neither here nor there.
Right.
How, if there's a change in the position of the routes or the bus routes, how is there anything that can be done retroactively in that case?
No, there's not. And if you ask the members of the legislature who have proposed that language of the density bonus law about that very issue, they'll say, well, our goal was to generate more housing, and this generates more housing. So, I mean, that's their answer. That's all I can do is sort of tell you that.
Okay, fair enough. The second question, which I think is more real to this commission, because we ask that question almost with every development review, and that's the question of parking. And I understand what the law says, and I get it. I'm not disputing that. But I'm trying to understand now, to the extent that we believe or could perhaps measure at some point in time that the parking that is actually being utilized is more than the parking that's been allocated, and that's going onto the streets. What latitude do we have in imposing parking fees, or perhaps making parking on a street payable parking? So in other words, that parking is not free to the developer anymore. It is a payable asset or payable privilege.
Yeah, so I guess what I would say to that is, first of all, it's not really an answer to your question, but I do want to stress that, you know, you do have the ability to do a citywide parking study. That's one thing, but that doesn't address your question necessarily. You know, certainly the city can have parking meters if that's within its power. In terms of charging fees to the developer, we can charge fees to build new stuff. So if we have to build more parking spaces on the streets, and if that is a cost to the city, you know, going back to that whole nexus and proportionality and fair share discussion, we can have an impact fee that addresses that. But in terms of charging developers for existing street parking, there's you know, that would basically be what's defined in our state constitution as a tax, and that requires a vote.
And I wasn't meaning actually charging the developer. I'm talking about actually making street parking now. Today it's free in Los Altos. Yeah. But can we make street parking in Los Altos downtown, for example, at some hours of the day payable?
Yeah, and I don't have at my fingertips the exact legislative process to do that, but you can do that in California, and you see it in other jurisdictions. So, you know, in San Francisco, for example, I don't live there, but I believe that in San Francisco they have, you know, permit parking programs, and I believe people pay for those permits. So, you know, you see parking meters all over the place. I live in downtown San Jose. You need to pay at the meter for parking. So that's certainly within our police power as an agency.
Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Vice Chair.
Thank you. Can you clarify the,
Suresh, come closer to your mic, please.
how about now?
It's a little better.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm having just technical trouble today. The question I had was, what's the timeline for mini Nexus and I guess you said accommodation of Nexus and
Proportionality?
proportionality? And when you request something of a developer, how does that tie into the application process? Where and does it have to be complete before the application is complete, or how does that work?
So that comes in at the approval stage when we go to tack on conditions of approval to the project. Those conditions of approval, and the reason I raised that to your commission is because I would say probably most conditions of approval typically relate to things like right-of-way improvements. Those conditions of approval need to meet the nexus and proportionality test. So I know that you've been working on some traffic policies, including a BMT policy, and that policy includes some standards for what kinds of improvements developers have to provide to the city. Your ability to do that is limited by this nexus and proportionality test.
Condition of approval determined before the final approval, or?
So at the time, okay, an approval authority, which in Los Altos is typically the city council. In other cities, you might have a zoning administrator, planning commission might have more authority. So when I say approval authority, I mean whoever is who has final authority to approve the project. The approval authority, basically has three options. They can approve, they can deny, subject to all the limitations we talked about under state law, or they can deny subject to conditions. 99% of the time, projects get approved subject to conditions. So if you look at that resolution that the city council adopts when it approves a project, it goes through and it makes the findings for approval, and then it goes through pages and pages of conditions of approval. And it's those conditions of approval that have to meet this nexus and proportionality requirement. So if we're talking about safe routes to school and making developers pay their fair share of that, that needs to be guided by this nexus and proportionality analysis, for example.
Okay. And the analysis has to be done prior to.
The analysis has to be done before you can impose the condition, right? I mean, you can't impose the condition. So, sometimes when we're sitting there as lawyers and somebody will say, hey, I have a great idea, let's ask the developer to do this. Our brains as lawyers are going off going, is there a nexus? Is there proportionality? We need to be sitting there doing that analysis so that you don't impose a condition we're going to get sued for.
Got it. Thank you.
Steve, Cindy, questions? Tom.
So you said something about a citywide parking study that we haven't done. Is there a reason why we haven't done that? And should we do that?
I think that's up to the policymakers. I'm just here to tell you what the law says, and that's an option that the law gives you. So I don't know why it hasn't been done, but I'm making you aware of it.
Okay, maybe Stacy, somebody else would know that. Is it too expensive, or we just never thought of it?
I will say there would be an expense to it, and it's not likely to show what we want it to show necessarily, but I could be wrong about that.
So you're saying it might not be there may be expense, but it might not be beneficial to it.
We might find that we don't have as big of a parking deficit as we might feel that we have. I know a parking study was recently done in connection with bike lanes in El Camino Real, and we discovered, and I don't have as many facts on this as Marisa would have, but we discovered we had adequate parking. We could afford to lose those parking spaces. So if we did a study, there might be a big expense to it. We might learn that, oh, we actually do have adequate spaces in Los Altos right now.
Would it be good to know that difference, or would that, because it would be published, it might hurt us in negative ways?
I don't know about that. I guess I'll leave that decision to the policymakers. Whether that might hurt you in negative ways. I mean, if I guess we might find out that we have more parking than we think we do, and that might be perceived as a negative. I'm not sure it would be, but it would certainly provide us with potentially valuable information, even if it doesn't lead to a change in the.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to know. It just, the downside would be, as you said, if we did find out and then we couldn't use that, and then they could use it against us, if you will.
Yeah, we spent the money on the study and we didn't change our parking ratios, but we know what we have a baseline now. We have information, so maybe that is a good thing.
So Marissa, do you know about any of that?
I haven't heard too much about a parking study. You're referring to just kind of a study, not like a permit parking program, right?
Right.
Just what he called out in his presentation, there was a California law.
Yeah, I'd have to talk to Jim and Jaime. I don't think either of them are on the call tonight anymore. And see kind of if there's any background on that from before my time. I think my initial thoughts are that, what we've just kind of been discussing is that it is an expense, and we have to prioritize what's going to make the most impact for us. And I don't think that would necessarily be it, and like in comparison with all the other things that we kind of are competing for in terms of our resources.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions?
No, that was pretty much it, but thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Katz, your turn. Steve, can't hear you.
You're on mute,
Steve.
Excuse me, Marissa, if the commission felt like it was appropriate to consider parking fees anywhere in Los Altos, is that something that staff, your staff would take forward, do you believe?
When you say fees, do you mean
Yes,
anything in
like
particular?
For example, in an area where there's free parking today, and we felt like parking was constrained in that area, and that came up as a subject, is that something that staff, that your staff would then take forward?
So I'm actually thinking back to what we talked about previously, which was the parking study. And I believe we have the parking study listed in the kind of long-term list of CSC goals and kind of future projects, right? Stacy, do you remember? Yeah. So just to add that in there as well. In terms of parking, I think that would be, in my mind, something that would be wrapped in with the parking study. I think we would need to hire a consultant who is an expert in parking to come in, assess either citywide or kind of certain regions, commercial areas, et cetera, and provide a recommendation. I think that would be the best way to do that.
And just to interject, as we talk about solutions in light of these laws, we're starting to get a little bit away from the agendized items. So maybe what we can do is, if people have ideas like this, you are allowed under the Brown Act at the end of the meeting to just sort of say, I'd like to bring X back at a future agenda, without going into any sort of detailed discussion on it.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question comes to the one thing that we didn't talk about in your presentation, which was around safety issues. And I can't remember the exact wording of what it was called, but a lot of the conversations that we have for multi-unit developments that come before us, or at least some of them, have to do with potential risks to either pedestrian or cyclist safety based on a design factor in that development. It sounds to me like that's totally appropriate to continue to have those kinds of discussions.
Yes, especially if there are ways to condition the project rather than to deny the project. Let me, if I can do it quickly, I'll actually pull up the language of the statute so you can see kind of how high of a standard we're talking when we talk about these super findings. Sorry. So right back. Okay, so you can deny the project or lower the density if the project would have a specific adverse impact upon public health or safety. And unless the project is disapproved or approved at a lower density. I think this is actually a little bit older version that I managed to pull up here trying to act quickly. But that health or safety standard, this is what makes it difficult. It has to be quantifiable, direct, unavoidable, and it has to be based upon objective, identified, written public health or safety criteria, policies, or conditions as they existed as of the date the application was deemed complete. So what you aren't allowed to do as an agency is just say that you can't just say, oh, well, I think that, there's a site distance problem for this project, let's deny it or let's lower the density. You have to really be able to point to pre-existing standards that are objective and quantifiable and show that that's a legitimate health or safety concern. That said, you can possibly very easily find conditions of approval that you can impose upon a project that would address safety concerns without lowering density or denying the project. And that would be legal.
Any other questions, Commissioner Katz?
No, thank you. That was
Sure.
helpful.
So I just have a quick couple things. The first one is in terms of the city's checklist. Eric, when you were talking about the permit streamlining process, I think about 3 years back, the commission kind of created a list of frequently asked questions that we ask all the time on development approval projects, transportation related. And I know Maurice has had a chance to look at that and work with us on that. Maybe we can have a smaller team work with you on that to look to see what is possible to incorporate into this, what is and isn't into the city's standard checklist. That would be helpful.
Yeah, and I think I've seen the document you're talking about. If I'm thinking of the document you're talking about, my perception of that was it might have been a little lengthy and burdensome and might be considered to be what HCD calls a constraint. And so we might look at what are the most crucial and pertinent questions to ask. And, if we were to form an ad hoc committee, which would be a separate agenda item, that's certainly something we could work on.
Okay, I think that would be a good idea. And I think that was created, much before the state imposed a lot of the more recent laws and before we had any legal input on it. So that would be great if we could move that forward.
Yeah.
And the process you recommended, I think that's a great idea. The second thing I had is about, you talked about objective standards, and recently the city worked on creating a lot of design-based
design standards, right?
Is there opportunity to create some more transportation related objective standards?
Yes, and I would encourage you to add that to your work plan. So when we're talking about what we want for bicycle parking, for example, if we had very specific objective criteria and developers came into the process knowing they were going to have to provide that amount of bike parking, and it were reasonable and it weren't a quote constraint, and there were the nexus and the proportionality requirements, then that would be in place, and then you wouldn't have to, on a case-by-case basis, try to impose those requirements. I think that would be in keeping with the spirit of the state laws, and it would actually help you achieve more efficiently what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I believe we have some objective standards maybe in our work plan as well as a future thing. So we would like to enlist you in
okay.
effort. Yeah, thank you, because that's important, and I think will not only help streamline our development reviews and approvals, but to make things that are done well objectively, on behalf of the city.
But wouldn't that be affected by what you said, some had to be in place before 2018?
So limitations on intensity had to be in place before 2018. A bike parking standard might not necessarily be a limitation on intensity.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's nothing else on this item, I would like to wish you a good evening.
I just one last one. Did I understand properly that this expires in 2030? What part expires in 2030?
So SB 330, which is the 5 hearing rule, it's the no new moratoria, it's the no moratoria, it's the no new limitations on intensity. That goes away in 2030. I will say though, originally it was set to go away in 2025. Now it's 2030. I would not hold my breath and expect it to go away in 2030. I think we will still be in a housing crisis in 2030 and it will get extended again.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Eric.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we are now moving on to agenda item number 8, the St. Joseph Avenue update. I'm just going to do a time check. It's 9:27. We have St. Joseph scheduled for 10 minutes and our adjournment time was targeted for 9:35 this evening. We'll see how quickly we can go through the rest of the items. Marisa, over to you to introduce this item.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to find my buttons. So Nafis will be presenting this item. Nafis has been managing this project for us and doing a really great job. So the update since last time, she'll probably tell you also, is pretty minimal, but we just wanted to make sure we brought this back to you before next meeting as this project's moving quickly. So we wanted to just give you a minor update at this interim point. So I'll pass it off to Nafis.
Thanks, Marissa, and thank you everyone for your patience and staying on the call. Can someone confirm that you're hearing my voice?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you and see your screen.
Awesome, thank you. So as promised during previous CSC meeting, we're bringing this update item back to provide, as Marissa said, some updates on the sidewalk gap closure on St. Joseph Ave, which also supports the Safe Route to School improvement plan to the Montclair Elementary School. So a little bit background, this project is within the limits of the St. Joseph Ave Street resurfacing improvements, which is planned for summer 2022, and the concept plan was initiated in spring 2021. As it will be shown in the next few slides, it is also in line with the Safe Route to School improvement map, and we're also going to present we have presented the 15% concept plan layout for the sidewalk gap closure. And today we're going to provide a status of the 65% design phase to show curb ramps. The city has recently received these plans and these documents. So the status is currently under review with the city. And however, we like to share this design update with you prior to advertising this project for bid. And we want to use this opportunity just to provide an update. And so here we can see the project location. This red bar shows the extent of the sidewalk gap closure on the northeast side of St. Joseph between Robles Ranch and Eudora Drive. And here we're showing the proposed sidewalk gap closure, which is along the complete street master plan. It's magnified view, you can see it here. The project side will be around here. And it is also along the Safe Route to School improvement plan, which previously we've, I think Jaime has presented these maps, and on item 5, we have listed the gap closure item near to Robles Ranch. And we noticed that previously we had a mistake on this item number 5, instead of northwest, we had mentioned southwest. This will be corrected in the maps. And here we can see the 65% plan layout. Previously we showed this layout, but with less information. and 65%, they've provided a lot of other information such as the ramp slopes and, details about curbs and ramps. And we have to maintain some of the existing conditions that we have, which is one existing pole here on Rubbles Ranch. And we are also removing the asphalt sidewalk here to, replace it with the concrete traditional sidewalk. We also have some existing inlets that we have to either adjust or, maintain. And I also want to show the extent of the existing sidewalks. So here on next to Robert's Ranch, we have the existing sidewalk. And back here, this is right across Eudora. We also have another existing sidewalk. So we're basically filling this gap in between. And this is a more detailed plan, some of the details of the curb ramps and the curb and gutter and the sidewalk itself. If I were to zoom on some of these details, so it shows the sidewalk and the curb and gutter, and we're also using retaining curbs depending on the elevation of the soil. We've done survey for this area, and we have all the elevations, so we're adjusting their retaining curbs accordingly. And we also have existing water valve, which needs to be adjusted again in coordination with Cal Water. And I also want to provide a brief summary about next steps. So we're going to conclude the 65% review comments and move on to 100% design in May. And we're planning to advertise this package, hopefully in May or June 2022. And the plan for construction will be summer 2022, along with the annual street resurfacing program. And with that, I want to conclude this presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, any questions or comments? And I'm also going to invite the members of the public, because we're moving fast here now, to raise your hand for any item that comes up if you have public comments on an item. Thank you for sticking with us this late night hours. Commissioners? Anyone? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so I'll take the opportunity to make a couple brief comments. One, I think the project area you're proposing, Nafis, there's kind of two immediately impact residents. I don't know if the city has reached out to them beyond the broad notices for all of St. Joseph. It might be good to reach out to those particular two residences individually to get any feedback they have. The other question I have, and you brought this up, showing like a continuous crosswalk essentially from Foothill Expressway towards the school. What you're proposing here is you're filling the gap between Deodara to Robles Ranch. Why are you not going from Granger to Robles Ranch? Because otherwise is that tiny little bit, if it's a few feet between the RRFB and the Granger intersection, that will be the old asphalt path and the rest will be a concrete sidewalk.
Correct me, Marissa, if I'm wrong. I think we discussed this internally, and we have extended some of our surveying. So our surveying covers a little bit more than what we have here. But as far as the budget and the timeline allowed, we prefer to finish this gap at this time and continue this gap up here, because we did have we are aware of some of the residents and some of the complaints and the ramp not meeting ADA requirements. So we were planning to complete this side next year.
The south side?
Or let me show you here.
Right. Yes. And we, I think, purposefully adjusted the scope of the surveyors to include that area as well. So we'll have that information, right? Is what I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. And just finally, one more thing. I think parents will be surprised you're making the edit on the school improvement map on the north versus south. I think parents are going to be surprised about that because there's an issue on the south side as well. And I think the parent Montclair community has talked with Jaime about that. And I would actually encourage staff to go do another visit on that side of St. Joseph Avenue, because since Jaime did the last walk, there's been changes over there. And there's actually, I think, a big safety hazard given some landscaping changes that have been made right next to the city asphalt path. So
okay, yeah, I'll talk to Jaime about that. I was just trying to work from memory today, and I thought that in the past we had looked at that south side. I thought Jaime had said in the past, like a year ago, that there was some issue down there that precluded the kind of construction of the complete sidewalk. I don't know if it was right of way or street trees or what. And so I thought that the school improvement plan was a typo, and that maybe it was that north side that was always intended to be fixed. So I'll get on the same page with Jaime about that.
So, yeah, I was always under the impression it's a project, but it may be in the future. Okay, so with nothing else for that item, I'm going to move to the next item, item 9, the subcommittee list. So the goal here is to make sure we have an accurate listing of all the subcommittees, groups, and assignments. So the question I have is, do we need to put this up on the screen, or has everyone taken a look at this and checked it for accuracy? Nobody's talking. So let's start with the subcommittees. Does anybody know of any subcommittees that are not on this list, or are the names right on the ones that are on here? Can we nod heads or something? Okay, so the question here is on the VMT TDM, if there's no reason to keep this open, I'd like to disband this subcommittee. Does anybody know any reason to keep it open? No. So let's formally disband that subcommittee. And then this will be our record of all the existing subcommittees. Then let's just move on to the list of groups that are there. Is there any other groups that we have existing besides the Los Altos Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee? I think that's the one that was talked about today when Andrian was presenting. Is anybody else part of any other group? And I know at one point, I think somebody worked with the Environmental Commission or something on the climate action plan. Suresh, is that still open, or is that work all done?
No, that was never.
Okay, that's all done. So there's no other group. Then the final one is the assignments. I'm not aware of any other assignments. Is there anybody else who's aware of any other assignments? And
hold on, Stacy. I'm still at the subcommittees, if I may.
Yep.
And so I understand the VMT, okay, and the work plan subcommittees both are disbanded now. What about the previous ones, the school route improvement plans?
that one is still an working subcommittee. That one, I think we just finalized forming last month, right, Marisa?
Yeah, we're meeting tomorrow.
I see. Okay. And the bike to work, that's for the May event.
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll hop forward now to the assignments. I'm not aware of any other assignments. Is anyone else aware of any other assignments? And then my regular pitch, does anybody want to take on the TSCN, or does anybody want to even go check it out with me and see what it is? Consider taking it on. It only meets quarterly. Okay, I see no volunteers. So I think at any time, if you want to volunteer, or even if you just want to check it out, please let me know. We can always make that possible.
I have one question on this item. I see a note that says disbanded under the work plan subcommittee. But I know that I think it was the most recent meeting, we talked about having that subcommittee meet periodically to update the kind of calendar of events coming up for the CSC meetings.
Yeah, I think the question is, I think that's done in the chair and vice chair meeting. When it's not in the work plan thing, that's been done in the chair vice chair meeting, right?
Okay, I thought we had talked in a recent meeting about having a maybe quarterly meeting with that group.
So you want a quarterly meeting with a
work plan subcommittee? I'm fine either way. I'll leave it up to all of you. I just wanted to flag that for us, that I think we had discussed that.
Yeah. I just want to be cognizant of the Brown Act as well, because in the chair vice chair meeting, we're always talking about the upcoming agenda topics. Suresh, what do you think about this?
Well, this idea, the idea was to revisit the calendar, not the target.
Can you go again? We can't hear you.
Yeah, I thought the idea was to revisit the calendar, not the entire work plan, right, on a quarterly basis.
Yeah, just
that's correct. And we're talking about how to do it. Should it be done in the chair vice chair meeting when we're not in a work plan, annual work plan planning cycle, or should there be a separate committee that works on the monthly calendar? And then I just raised the fact that this could be a Brown Act issue because the chair and the vice chair also talk about it.
Yeah, I agree, and I think if it has to be the work plan, then it has to come back to the commission. For sure, that has to be a separate subcommittee.
I don't think the schedule I think we can extract that out of the work plan and just have the schedule. But the question is, who is doing that? Is it a separate subcommittee, or is it done with the chair and vice chair until we get the annual work plan?
The schedule, so the meeting schedule can be done as part of the chair vice chair meeting. Yeah. I mean, that's a separate plan, separate from the schedule. The schedule is just implementing the work plan. And I think it makes sense to extract that separate.
Yeah. So if nobody else has any objection to what Suresh is saying, I think, Marisa, what we're saying is let's extract the monthly schedule from the work plan and work on that in the meeting with the chair, that the chair and vice chair have with you for the quarterly update. And then I guess when we come to forming the annual work plan subcommittee, we can make a decision if that gets bounced back to the work plan subcommittee.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
Nadeem nodding as well. Okay. So I'll just keep calling as I'm going to try to remember for each of these items if there's any public comments. I know we said it on St. Joseph, but just raise your hand, members of the public, if you have comments on any of these items. And if there's nothing on the subcommittee assignments, I'm going to move to informational items, which is I usually are additional staff updates. Do you have any other updates for us? You're on mute.
Okay, sorry. I thought we were waiting for more comments, but are we on to the staff update?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, let me just pull up my notes. I do have a couple of updates. I will keep it quick tonight. Let's see. Okay, sorry, they got buried. Okay, so as far as staff updates, I want to, I know we talked about this at the beginning of the meeting, but just a reminder about next Tuesday's joint meeting with council. I will confirm timing for that as soon as I can and ask for a 5:30 or later start time, like we talked about. The budgeting process is still ongoing. And that's something that Jim is going to give us an update on at our next meeting. We selected a consultant for the first streetscape plan. So that's very exciting, and that project will be kicking off soon. The consultant that was selected, I don't know if it's 100% official yet, so maybe I will fill you in next time just in case. And we are going to be going to City Council soon for Jaime's contract, just kind of an FYI item for all of you. And we'll also be going back to council to ask for a small budget increase for the updates to the Complete Streets Master Plan that City Council requested at the study session. And then haven't quite worked out all the details there, but probably going back for the budget increase and then going back for the adoption. So
is there a date set for the adoption or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm hoping it will happen before the City Council takes their summer break.
Okay.
So that's it for tonight.
Cool. Thank you.
Any questions or public comments? You can raise your hand. Public questions, you can raise your hand. Anyone? I don't see any, so this is the time of the night. We're moving fast. The next one is commissioners' reports. Does anyone have any reports to make? I don't either. The VTA BPAC didn't meet this month. Let's keep moving. Future agenda items.
I would love to get an update on the maintenance activities. Where, what is our typical maintenance agenda? Just for educational purposes.
Are you referring to maintenance of the bridge, for example?
Yeah, I mean, road maintenance, generally speaking, asset maintenance, road maintenance, traffic lights, all those beacons. I mean, we have a lot of assets deployed and I have no clue what we do to maintain them.
Any other requests for future agenda items? I'm not seeing any other ones. So I think this is next is the adjournment. And thanks for sticking in a long meeting tonight. We had a lot of stuff to cover. So we're adjourning the meeting at 9:50 p.m. Good night.
Thank you.